I found the perfect gift for my Democrat friends. Welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Akorn, and today is Sunday, which means it's time for a special episode of Laugh While the World Burns. Best of IDIOCRACY 2024 Year in Review. I know many of you will be going to parties and other events with your family and friends over the next week or two. So remember to load up this video on your TV or computer and share some laughs about the idiocracy that has become modern-day society. Before we jump into today's episode, 1 year ago, we had around 1,000 subscribers here on the channel. Last week, we just crossed 26,000 subscribers. And that is entirely thanks to all of you. So as we head into 2025, if they don't set any nukes off first, let's grow the channel to 100,000 by February, and 1 million plus before the year ends. So your homework is to share the videos, tell everyone about the channel, and share the memes. Speaking of which, I found out that if you Google akornzstash, the first few pages is our videos, links to the channel, and even some of the sites that you all have shared videos to. So now, there's an easy way to tell your family and friends on how to find the channel. Just Google akornzstash. Always appreciate you all sharing the videos, as well as hitting that like button, smashing subscribe, and clicking that bell. All of these things really helps the channel. Also, watching the videos to the end helps a lot. YouTube has now made watch time a main priority in determining if it will push a video to more viewers. So the longer that everyone watches the video, the more the algorithm will push the channel. With all that aside, let's dig into today's episode, which is the Best of IDIOCRACY 2024. I've kept all the memes in chronological order, so as you watch the video, you'll see my limited progression and editing skills over the last year, and my voiceover will also change through the video. As all during this last year, I was always trying to improve the audio, either by cleaning it up through software, until eventually I was able to get this new mic, which even now I'm still tuning it to some degree. In any case, I hope you all enjoy the video. You guys take care and stay safe in all of your travels and plans from now all the way through the new year. Let's get into today's episode. Britons need to be less squeamish about drinking water from sewage, says agency head. Environment Agency chief calls for new attitudes to conserve water and avoid droughts. Yeah, and there's Gates and a lot of others that start to push this too. Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Just pick it with me.
Scientists warn that within 6 months, humanity will run out of things to call racist. If you belong in this bathroom, and you follow my daughter or wife into this bathroom, you're gonna need this bathroom. Irish police launch hate speech investigation into Conor McGregor after he condemned stabbing of school children. Yeah, let that sink in for a minute. What have I said before? Now scientists say breathing is bad for the environment. Gases we exhale contribute to 0.1% of the UK's greenhouse gas emissions. Teen who identifies as a cat allowed by school to act feline, not speak. How the heck do you get into college with a caption like that? Because they're the perfect candidate. When you realize some people prefer the lie. Just some people? A homeless mom sentenced to 5 years in prison for using friend's address to enroll son in school. There's people that's unalive someone and gotten far less. Public school. Math equals racism. Homeschool. Dad, this is way too easy. That's just facts. All lives splatter. Nobody cares about your protest. Keep your out of the road. Loud fart gives away suspect's hiding spot. Leads to arrest. Look, son, rioters, arsonists, and looters are here to teach us about peace and equality. Or any of the other mainstream news. The purchasing power of the US dollar. $1 in 1913 had the same buying power as $26 in 2020. Someone paid taxes for this. Government at work. That's certainly not the worst thing they've used taxes for. I just wanted to let everyone who made fun of my major know that my degree did in fact lead to unemployment. Forcing maths on the population is straight out of China's playbook. Sunak's plans to extend numeracy lessons are more likely to humiliate and discourage school children than prepare them for adult life. Yep, these days reading, writing, and arithmetic, as well as receiving actual grades, are racist and unethical. CBS, November 19th, 2023. Why so glum? Americans stay bummed despite economy rebound. CBS, November 29th, 2023. Americans need an extra $11,400 today just to afford the basics. Yep, this is absolutely true. People's credit card bill just keeps increasing because you can't make it from one month to the next. U.S. 10th graders score lowest ever on the international math test. The whole world is struggling. No, the U.S. schools have failed. A long time ago, for that matter. Boston mayor under fire for secret no whites Christmas party. Boy, 10, calls on Apple to redesign offensive nerd emoji. Who has tested or used in-nose filters? Any tips or recommendations? Anytime I hear the mainstream media talk about experts, this is how I imagine them looking. Yeah, most of the time that's exactly what they are. Puppets or Muppets, depending on where the hand goes. Doctor, I'm depressed because of the weather in 30 years. Have you tried destroying priceless artwork? I wish we could choose our baby's father. Someone come tell her before I do, 'cause I'm gonna hurt her feelings. California approves toilet-to-tap scheme to pump treated sewage back into people's homes. Yeah, don't you guys know? You gotta drink sewage water to stop climate change. AI object. Judges will be able to use ChatGPT in legal rulings in England and Wales, despite the technology being prone to making up bogus cases. And you thought the court system was corrupt before. Boy called police to say there was in the school so he could go home early. Vegan who drinks his urine daily swears it's the secret to eternal youth. The stupidity of this generation is immeasurable, and it just keeps getting worse by the day. Seattle student failed quiz for saying men can't get pregnant. I'd say most of you already heard about this. What else can you really add to something like this? It's just another example of the absolute absurdities and how brainwashed the society is in these times that we're living in right now. From Jim Cramer, Happy New Year, everyone! 2024 will be the best year ever. extremely bullish on 2024. World War III confirmed. Woman who threw burrito bowl at Chipotle worker is sentenced to work at fast food restaurant. What does that do for the morale of the people that work in these places? I mean, it's basically literally saying that their job is the sentence for a criminal. I mean, that's pretty bad. I saw this article recently about the McDonald's app, and it's what this guy found in the terms and conditions. They basically admitted they're doing something bad. McDonald's customer discovers new terms and conditions, waive your right to a trial. Just delete the app. I'm not accepting that. A McDonald's customer is going viral on TikTok after exposing a shocking clause in the new terms and conditions of the McDonald's mobile app that reportedly requires users to waive their right to a trial in court, including their right to a jury trial, if they want to continue using the app. Could carbon passports that limit how much you travel be in our future? Of course they are. I mean, that's what they've been telling the people for how long now? All their 15-minute cities and how great they make it sound? Not to mention that 2020 and 2021 was just a taste of what they got coming. Roxanne Green just burned down Wyoming's first abortion clinic just weeks before it was due to open. Her eyes say, "Do what you must. I have already won." Don't worry. It was weeks before it was due to open. It was just a clump of building materials. 1 in 5 young Americans have a positive view of Osama bin Laden. Disturbing Daily Mail poll results also reveal 3 in 10 Gen Zers think the views of 9/11 mastermind were a force for good. A picture of birdshot to the back. Just a reminder to all the people who feel like stealing someone's stuff. Texas bill would train 3rd graders to use battlefield tourniquets. You know, a lot of people would be completely against this, saying that this could be traumatizing or bad for their mental health or whatever. But this kind of things is exactly what they should be teaching in school, because they could absolutely save somebody's life. And sadly, understanding things like this is going to become very necessary skills in the near future. Teacher jailed indefinitely for refusing to call a boy a girl. Enoch Berkey, who wouldn't use trans pupils' pronouns, won't be released until he stays away from his old school, and the country is behind him. Rhode Island city councilman found asleep behind the wheel with a still in his hand. Gen Z suffers from menu anxiety when dining out, with many too scared to order their own meals. Navy doomsday plane, built to withstand nuclear attack, grounded after striking a single bird. It's clown world. What else can you say? This is what it would look like if government was actually transparent. Clearlink CEO celebrates workers selling family dog to come back to the office. Humans may be fueling global warming by breathing. New study. Are there at least a few people now that's starting to get that we are the carbon that they are getting rid of, even though they've point blank stated that time and time again through the years? Military recruitment ads in 2021 versus 2023. Yeah, we're going to war. Yeah, have you guys saw all the new military ads? That they're almost all white guys now in the advertisements? I just saw an article today that the number of white men signing up to the military is down by 50%. Scientists explain why doing your own research leads to believing conspiracy theories. Yeah, because they can't have people looking at facts and data while also being able to have critical thinking ability. You're just supposed to believe whatever they tell you to believe. regardless if it has any roots in facts or not. Couple horrified to discover they've been drinking toilet water for 6 months. Hey, they're right on the cutting edge with California. Speaking of California, we have a different news article. California may approve proposal to turn state's toilet water into tap water by next week. Leftists being asked to show their card to buy food. Leftists being asked to show their ID card to vote. White male recruits must get final sign-off from me, says Avia boss. Diversity efforts aimed at stamping out sexism in the financial services industry. The hypocrisy of people today is just unparalleled. When you insult Elon Musk on Twitter, and now the doors to your Tesla won't open. Or when your social credit score gets too low and your car drives itself back to the dealership. UN Climate Summit serving gourmet burgers at barbecue as it calls for Americans to stop eating meat. Rules for thee, but not for me. Wanting to hire fewer white men for a job is not discrimination. An employment tribunal dismissed an unsuccessful job seeker's claim that he was rejected because he was a white man. Only in today's clown world society. California retailers that refuse to have gender-neutral toys for children will be fined up to $500 under new ultra-woke Gavin Newsom law after uproar over LGBT toys sold during Pride Week. That one is publishing from unapproved experts. Leftist. Racism is the worst thing on earth. Also leftist. Man arrested for faking heart attack 20 times at restaurants to avoid paying the bill. Migrants reject sandwiches, pancakes, donuts, and chicken dishes at New York City shelters. Nothing healthy. Yeah, and I've seen other news articles where they were demanding better houses and better cars and more money on their monthly debit cards. Parents' anger as primary school plans to introduce transgender education for children as young as 4. Driver tries to use get out of jail free card during traffic stop in Chicago County. If I was a cop and it was just something minor, I'd take his card and let him go. And if it wasn't something minor, that's when you pull out your Uno reverse card. Well guys, we come back to where this video first started. Thieves attempt to siphon gas from a bus, but accidentally suck out sewage. Talk about leaving a bad taste in your mouth. That brings a whole new meaning to the word potty mouth. The dangerous rise of men who won't date woke women.
Please help. I'm struggling to afford groceries.
You obviously fail to understand what a good investment $100 billion for Ukraine, Israel, and the other 150 countries that the U.S. government sends your money to. Missouri officials refuse to work with the ATF, saying all federal so-called lead dispenser laws are unconstitutional. Son, one day you will be a man.
Dad, I'm 30.
Yes, but you still trust the government. Man struggling to feed his family, just happy he can fund 2 wars with his taxes. Participation medals really did ruin society. Well, those aren't participation medals though. That was just their social credit scores. Aliens versus Predator. Just a reminder that obesity unalives way more people than lead dispenser violence, but there's still no march to end it, which ironically would very literally help end it. when you have to defend yourself, but you live in New York City. Literally. I mean, this is literally true. In nature, poisonous creatures will often develop bright colors to warn others of their toxicity. Them, you need to try this eco-friendly bug steak. Me. A special thank you to... Yep, exactly. These and a lot of other jobs. The thing is, they're creating a society in these younger generations to all hate men. But yet, they don't want to do all the jobs and other things that men do, but they still want all the things that men provide. When you lied on your resume, but got the job you're not qualified for. And the worst part is, this is 3 different women cops. How are they even allowed to sit behind a desk, let alone being out on the streets? Levels of white anger ranked. Son of a... Alright, bucko. Hey, you just hold your horses. Well, now wait just a minute. Newsflash, pal. Who knows what the last one is? Canadian government is forced to deny bizarre rumor that Fidel Castro is Justin Trudeau's real father. They can deny it all they want, but you go look at some of the other photos. Study. Humans contributing to global warming by breathing. Most people laugh about things like this when they hear it. The problem is, they are point blank serious. If people would really understand what they're saying. U.S. government. The general population isn't responsible enough to freely own these. Also the U.S. government. The U.S. military is still missing 6 nuclear weapons that were lost decades ago. And that's just the ones that they admit, let alone the multitudes of all the other things. My brain can't decide between these 2. The world is ending. The world is ending. I refuse to be lectured to about lead dispensers by a government that loses F-35 fighter jets. If time continues on long enough, they'd make sure you wouldn't have anything else. How to prevent the next, that and a whole lot more. Not just one stupid person, but 2 stupid persons.
This guy thinks it's cool to kill defenseless animals and then take a selfie. Jerk. So barbaric that this should still be allowed. No conservation laws in effect wherever this is?
This is just another good example of why people like this will follow and do whatever the government and the media tells them to. This rat wants to spread disease and take over your home. The other one is simply eating cheese. That's derogatory to rats everywhere. Biden and the Pentagon can declare war on climate change. Income taxes are the fine one pays for the crime of being useful and productive. You idiot. You can't threaten me with that. Lead dispensers are banned. They'll spend trillions on bills they haven't read, but want details on how you spend $600. Feminist usually. Feminist when there's a military draft. This is true. I've already seen videos of some of them point blank stating this. There was one video in particular that I saw that she said she'll be back working in the kitchen. When someone asks why we cannot trust what the government is saying, oh, you're just getting started. Wall Street Journal. The U.S. should show it can win a nuclear war. If you ever feel useless, just remember the U.S. took 4 presidents, thousands of lives, trillions of dollars, and 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. Man survives a Kodiak bear attack with just a .22. The friend he shot in the knee was not as lucky. Toxic masculinity. True masculinity. Point of view. It's the last day at school before winter break in the early 2000s.
Nostalgia is inherently fascist-coded.
Stupidity of this generation. What everyone dreams of having. What I dream of having. Yeah, it would be. That's a dog. That's a turkey. And that's the truth. It's not just that I care about my right to own a lead dispenser and protect my family. It's also that I question your motives for trying to stop me from being able to do so. In most places these days, it is literally a crime to defend yourself, your family, and your home. Who wants to stop climate change? Who wants to give up their private jet? It's all a joke, guys. But they're the only ones laughing. Highly trained sharpshooters and secret nighttime missions. Meet the U.S. government's clandestine campaign against local deer. And yeah, this is not a joke, just like the rest of the food supply. Forget right and left for a moment. The real battle is between people who want to be left alone and those who refuse to leave other people alone. Always has been, always will be. World War III is about to begin. Pick your fighter. Things like this is why the U.S. has become the laughingstock of the world. The two books modern society hates, and that is the point-blank truth. The most dangerous religion on earth is worshiping celebrities. Oreo built a doomsday vault in Norway to preserve cookies for future generations.
Cookie! Nom, 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 nom.
Get yourself a girl that holds you like Justin Trudeau's mom holds Fidel Castro. I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. If this offends you, but this doesn't, you are mentally and morally sick. Yep, to say the least. I don't know. It's just kind of funny how we always have money for foreign aid, even though we're $34 trillion in debt. Why are you all getting upset at some graphics on a piece of tin? School. Desperate parents. Uvalde police. Desperate parents. I'm not going to comment on this one, because I don't want my video taken down. Venus was once Earth-like, but climate change made it uninhabitable. What a pathetic joke, man. The saddest part is there's people that'll believe that, especially coming from that organization. Are we still using tranny fluid? Or is it gender-neutral shift juice now? The best part is, this is on a Napa Auto Parts sign somewhere. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, self-checkout is growing in popularity. I just bet it is. There, and a lot of these other big cities, where they've legalized theft and criminalized people trying to stop theft. If genitals don't define gender, how does removing them affirm it? My parents in the 80s. Let's move closer to a city so we can raise a family. It'll be easier to find work. Me in 2024. We need to get as far away from civilization as possible and start homesteading before the Second U.S. Civil War and World War III all happen at the same time. My dishwasher won't start until I let it update its firmware over the Wi-Fi. I've said it before, I don't need appliances that have to have access to the internet. This is as good as the new electric cars. It was someone that had a Ford electric vehicle, and it wouldn't allow the owner to start the vehicle and drive because some software update didn't complete. Has social media brainwashed? Has social media brainwashed you into thinking the economy is bad? No, common sense tells me that the economy and the US dollar is being destroyed every time I go to the grocery store. I read that eggs are overly expensive because bird flu is killing a ton of chickens. There's an obvious solution to this. You know, the worst part about this is there would literally be a lot of people today that would believe this. Woman jailed after stabbing and tying up victim. Do you hate body odor? You're more likely to have right-wing views. All we can do is laugh while the world burns, guys. It just gets worse and worse every day. The rise in climate-related disasters makes it harder to forecast inflation accurately. This means we face more challenges when deciding on monetary policy. Yeah, guys, bad weather causes inflation. It has nothing to do with the trillions and trillions of dollars that the government is spending. Biden campaign co-chair afraid Dems will get blamed for the border crisis. Auschwitz temporarily closed. My child got sent to Zoom detention for not paying attention in Zoom 4th grade. Email said, here's the link to access the room to serve detention. I swear I'm trying so hard to take this life seriously. Schools today are a complete, total joke. It's not a funny joke. It's a very serious joke. Especially with the indoctrination that children are having pushed on them. My parents in their 20s. Let's buy this house and have 3 children. Me in my 20s. Goodbye, Oh, man. Goodbye, America. Hello, New York. New York is still in America. Have you never taken a geology class? I think I would know, stupid girl. You know some of these YouTube channels where the guy goes out on the street asking people about what should be basic, simple questions about the US or basic math and other things? There is no way I could do that and keep a straight face. I'd be laughing so hard I'd run out of breath. But it's the sad state of affairs in this country. $1 trillion propaganda machine. People putting funny words on pictures. Male depression. Society. Be a man. We have information that will lead to the arrest of...
A few moments later.
Parental rights really anger me. Non-binary children's book author pushes back against parents. Yeah, I bet parental rights really does anger you. I can't say anymore. Alright, I've had to do retakes on a lot of these slides. I'm trying my best to read these seriously. Dude wearing an ankle monitor and using his birth certificate as a note to the teller robs a bank. You just can't make this stuff up. Janet Yellen. We can certainly afford 2 wars, U.S. Treasury Secretary says. Woke books bought for huge advances by inexperienced editors hired post have flopped, including $500,000 queer feminist novel that sold 3,500 copies, and Elliot Page's $3 million transgender memoir that sold 68,000 copies. When 2 bags of groceries cost $173. The perfect woman doesn't exist. You want lower taxes because you hate the poor. No, actually, I want lower taxes because the U.S. Air Force still can't explain why it spent $1,280 on a coffee cup. And that's just one of many, many multitudes of examples. Lead dispenser safety being taught in an Arizona school, 1956. Things like this is what they should be teaching. I have learned that white racists can't tell one Asian person from another. To them, every Asian is Chinese. When you say white, do you mean Slavic, Germanic, Caucasian, Latin, Turkic, Celtic, Scandinavian, or can't you tell? Who do you trust more? I don't even have to think about it. Dr. Cat, 100%. Unbelievable sightings in Gaza today, following an IDF bombing run. Oh, never mind. This is from Minneapolis in 2020. You know what I said earlier about basic math? This post is from 2018, but it's only got worse since then. A kid born in 2010 is now 18 years old. Let that sink in. I never thought I would need to explain a basic math, but since we hear kid born in 2010 now is 2018, so you add the 10 to the 8 equals 18. Simple math. So the kid is 18 years old in 2018. Simple. She doing that R. Kelly math. Open up. You haven't paid us for your freedom this month. Can't you see that I'm upset? You should let me loot your store. No. 4 signs you are bad with money. You can't balance a budget. You have to take money from other people to pay your bills. You lend money before paying your own bills. Your debt is over $34 trillion. Do they really think we believe these 2 things snuck past the world's most well-funded militaries, outsmarting the best intelligence agencies? Sadly, a lot of the people did and still do believe it. I'm not even reading this. This nation's going to hell. In order to think, you have to risk being offensive. Jordan Peterson. It's sad that we live in a time where saying something quote-unquote offensive will soon be criminalized. So I'm pumping gas and all I hear is, then another man says, yeah man, I said the same thing. And I'm acting like I don't hear neither one. Gas is $4 a gallon, and you think they were talking about you. The government. We will know if you don't report Venmo transactions over $600. Also the government. We failed our 5th Pentagon audit. We don't know where that $2 trillion went. How to retire in your 30s. 1. Borrow $10 billion of customer deposits from your startup crypto exchange. This is what a lot of people actually believe. FBI documents associate internet slang like based and red pill with extremism. Study finds surprising number of Americans think chocolate milk comes from brown cows. The study found 48% of respondents weren't sure where chocolate milk came from. 7% thought chocolate milk only comes from brown cows. That adds up to about 16.4 million people, more than the population of Ohio. Toronto police just let thieves steal your car. As reported by BlogTO, Toronto Police Service Constable said, to prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your key fobs at the front door, because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else. Yes, they want all the law-abiding citizens to be helpless victims. Only the criminals have rights these days. Millions go missing from money storage facility in LA area on Easter. The Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI are investigating a multi-million-dollar theft on Easter Sunday, sources told ABC News. The money went missing Sunday from a money storage facility in Sylmar in Los Angeles, San Fernando Valley. Law enforcement sources said. The company that owns the building noticed the money had been stolen on Monday morning. The thieves managed to break into the facility undetected, sources said. There are no suspects at this point. So from looking at this picture, they basically cut a hole in the wall. And apparently, there's no cameras, alarm system, or guards even. They just having it stored in a warehouse somewhere? I don't know. The feds are coming for extremist gamers. The Department of Homeland Security and FBI are in dialogue with Roblox, Discord, Reddit, and others. And sadly, yes, this is a real article. Instead of going after real criminals, they're going after gamers. If you say the wrong thing, or probably commit an act of violence in a video game, they'll show up at your house and arrest you. I guess next they'll be banning digital lead dispensers too. New Democratic Party bill would prescribe jail terms for speaking well of fossil fuels. An NDP bill is seeking to criminalize the promotion of fossil fuels and prescribe jail time even for Canadians who say scientifically true things, such as how burning natural gas is cleaner than burning coal. Educational malpractice. Seattle English students allegedly taught a love for reading and writing is white supremacy. Homeless California man stole private plane. Took it on a joyride to prove point on lax airport security. Well, I guess that was one way to get his point across. They should hire him and put him in charge of head of security. A student persuaded by his friend to get his legs amputated for a $1.3 million insurance scam wound up only getting $7,200 that he now has to return. A student in Taiwan had his legs amputated to claim $1.3 million in insurance payouts. The Criminal Investigation Bureau said the man soaked his feet for 10 hours in dry ice to get frostbite. But the plan backfired when medical staff thought his injuries seemed suspicious. If only nature could find a way to cover these oranges so we didn't need to waste so much plastic on them. But remember, you're a bad person if you want to use plastic shopping bags. 10% of all vegetarian hot dogs contain meat.
No one is feeding us. We buy food which is for sale in shops. I've never been fed by any farmer. They sell the food and we buy. So let us all debunk the myth once and for all. Farmers are in the business for profit, not to feed anyone.
Dumb and dumber by the day. At least, there were some readers that added context. The food that the stores sell comes from the farmers. Carbon footprint of homegrown food 5 times greater than those grown conventionally. This is the stupidity of this generation. Just more examples of showing how this generation is getting dumber and dumber by the day. 95% of electric cars are still on the road. The other 5% made it all the way home. Men, what's preventing you from dressing like this? I understand dryer settings. New Irish government wants to pass a law that could see people jailed for possession of memes, cartoons, or any content that could be deemed hateful by bureaucrats. The bill includes no definition of hate and is wide open to abuse by corrupt politicians. I'd say most everybody by now knows about this cartoon, or what do they call it? Anime, which basically means a Japanese cartoon. But I had to throw this one in here. Fun fact, whenever new Dragon Ball content is released, cartel activity drops significantly for about 2 days. That's just hilarious in my book, because it means that this younger generation, this cartoon is more important to them than any job that they're working, even the criminals. How poor people spend the little money they have is always the topic of discussion. Let's talk about how rich people spend the money poor people create. 100%. We are enjoying a remarkable recovery. My grocery bill has determined that was a lie. The ultimate put down for 2023. Oh yeah? Your dad buys Bud Light at Target. Late millennials and younger generations learn about Chad Generation X. How can they eat gluten? Why aren't they offended by everything? Why is their music so good? How can they distinguish between a man and a woman? Because Gen X and the early millennials was the last generation with any common sense and critical thinking ability. A tree fell on my fence, making the best of it while I negotiate the repair. That is perfect, and what makes it better is dog is in quotation marks. Have you guys seen this? Meet the New York Police Department dance team. I mean, really? Maybe it is time we defund some of the police. What's considered trashy if you're poor, but classy if you're rich? Getting money from the government. That's at least true if you're an actual citizen. I tried to convince my son that a buffalo chicken is a real animal. He demanded I Google it. I knew Google Images had my back. You know, this is funny. You want to see what's not? Man sues Buffalo Wild Wings after realizing boneless wings aren't actually wings. A Chicago man is suing Buffalo Wild Wings for false advertising and deceptive business practices, alleging he was duped into buying boneless wings that aren't just boneless, but wingless as well. The stupidity of this nation never ceases to go lower. If your parents made $80,000 when you were born in 1990, you'd have to make $246,382 in 2024 just to have the same life. This is true, and that's just a sad fact. And if you want to go many times more so, just drop back to the 1970s and 1980s. Once you understand that the solutions aren't created to solve the problems, but the problems are created to implement the solutions, then you will understand just how evil the people creating all these problems really are. It's called problem, reaction, solution. You watched The Hunger Games and sided with the resistance. You watched Divergent and sided with the resistance. When it's fiction, you understand. yet you refuse to see it when it's the reality you're living in. Very sadly, this is true for a large portion of this generation. But by the vast majority of the comments that you guys leave here on the channel, you guys are awake and already know these things, which is why you're watching this video right now. Science proves kids are bad for the earth. Morality suggests we stop having them. We need to stop pretending kids don't have environmental and ethical consequences. Just more stupidity of this generation. 150 Democrats vote against a bill to deport illegals caught driving while drunk. When you go into the peaceful liberals part of town, bureaucrats unable to define woman. Go find a Gen Xer, they'll be able to explain it to you. To all of you offended, you wouldn't have made it through an episode of me without having a meltdown. How the left thinks they look, how they actually look. This isn't even an exaggeration. How to sell your body parts legally. 9 ways to make money and help others too. This is how the media is telling people how to make more money to be able to pay their bills. Just sell your body parts. You got some extras, don't you? I don't need you anymore. I'm woke now. Google update reveals AI will start reading all of your private messages. Google has just unveiled a game-changing AI upgrade for Android, but it has a darker side. Google's AI will start to read and analyze your private messages, going back forever. I'm certainly not going to read that. Did bro not think that boiling water would be hot? Tourist dips fingers in Yellowstone hot spring with predictable results. We no longer go for looks. We go for maturity, stability, loyalty, and peace. If only you had this mindset before you became a single mom. This goes both ways. When you're trying to have fun, but you remember that you're a slave living on a tax plantation. It's absolutely true. Some people are finally waking up to this fact. We started this video with a news article about people who thought chocolate milk come from brown cows. If they believe that, they probably also believe this. J. Edgar Hoover, powerful head of the FBI for nearly 50 years, out on the town in drag with his second in command, Clyde Tolson, 1940. The only thing that's changed with the rulers of this country is that today, they don't even bother to try to hide it. Milford Regional Medical Center warns it may deny care to those using unwelcome words about race or gender. I also showed a similar news article back in one of the past episodes of this series, where a hospital said very similar things about people being brought into the ER. Mississippi cop is arrested for shoplifting in uniform after being caught stealing a $140 pair of shoes from Dick's Sporting Goods. Robin Connor, 33, was in uniform and driving her police cruiser when she was caught stealing. Can someone update me on what's offensive today? It's hard to keep up. Everything is offensive. How can you talk if you haven't got a brain? Some people without brains do an awful lot of talking. The latest buzzword just dropped from the Devil's Den in Davos. Farming, fishing, and making money is now called ecocide. So basically, if you want to live, you're committing a crime if these people get their way. What do you mean, if they get their way? All these elites' agenda has been going full speed ahead for decades and decades. There is no climate crisis, and increasing CO2 concentrations will benefit the world. Dr. John F. Clauser, joint recipient of the 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. He might be a Nobel Prize winner, but used to, you would learn in 3rd or 4th grade that plants need CO2. And the more CO2 they have, the better they grow and the more oxygen they produce. A helicopter running on fossil fuel spraying a chemical made from fossil fuels onto a wind turbine made with fossil fuels during an ice storm is awesome. And they literally burn through hundreds of gallons of fuel trying to de-ice one of these wind turbines. I have no words. Does it really surprise you guys? It doesn't me. At all. January 30th, 2024. Electric buses are coming to a school near you. February 20th, 2024. Maine school districts pulling electric buses off roads due to safety issues. This is about as bad as those new electric city buses. It was going up a small hill, and apparently something overheated, and the whole system shut down and lost power. After it lost power, it don't have any brakes. And since they were on a small hill, it starts rolling backwards and crashes into a bunch of cars. It sent at least one person to the hospital that was in one of the vehicles it hit. Wanna stop the riots? Mobilize the septic tank trucks. Put a pressure cannon on them and hose them down. The end. Yes, I agree with this. There's actually some farmers that has done exactly this when it interfered with them being able to actually run their farm. Or in some instances, where the so-called protesters were trespassing on the farmer's property. This is Staff Sergeant McGuire with the U.S. Army Recruiting. I'd like to discuss the many opportunities the U.S. Army has for you. You can text or call this number with any questions you have. I look forward to hearing from you. I hate this country. If you join the U.S. Army, you will get to leave this country often. That does pretty much sum it up, on both sides for that matter. The European Union flag stands for disastrous open borders policy. Bureaucrats and banksters running everything. A great future ahead. Records show that Chrystia Freeland billed thousands for limousines and taxis in Toronto, despite claims she relied on a bicycle and public transport. These politicians would never do such a thing. Keanu Reeves does all the time, but none of these parasites will. Woke authoritarian agenda. Trudeau liberals propose life sentences for online hate speech. They also didn't define what hate speech was in these proposed bills, which means they could construe it to mean anything that they want, anytime that they use it. Yellowstone tourist ignores rules, capturing and placing elk calf in their car. You can't make this stuff up, guys. I could literally start a new series just called The People of Yellowstone. They're almost the same thing as the People of Walmart videos that you see all over YouTube now. This is the #1 recommended baby formula. 42% corn syrup, 15% soy, 11% safflower oil. A baby's diet sets the tone for its entire life. This is absolutely criminal. I agree with this 100%. People have no idea what they're feeding their babies. And to take it a step further, most of the stuff that we're eating from the stores is just as bad. So, in the middle of the Civil War, someone was like, you know what this country needs? A delicious steak sauce. This is true. The Civil War didn't end until 1865. Censored photos of the Sesame Street Muppets have been leaked online. I thought this one was kind of funny. But hey, it got you guys to click on the video. So if you're still watching this far, please consider hitting that like button. And if you haven't already, please subscribe and share the video to help support the channel. You know, the very powerful and the very stupid have one thing in common. They don't alter their views to fit the facts. They alter the facts to fit their views. Doctor Who, 1977. It might have been fiction in 1977, but it's mainstream in 2024. Climate change my ass. Anybody trying to outlaw farming wants to unalive us. And that's an absolute fact. Hey California, how's the housing situation going? California homeless found living in furnished caves 20 feet below street level. Yeah, and believe it or not, from what I heard, they got evicted from their cave too. Gone in 24 seconds. Our car was towed 24 seconds before we paid to park. The attendant told us, that happens. We owed $160. Yeah, and this is called predatory towing. We don't need more cameras pointed at citizens. We need cameras pointed at politicians and unelected bureaucrats. At least 2 transgender... Nope, I'm not even gonna read it. I've seen enough crap today. Oh look, electric car fuel. When someone hugs me, and I know they felt my holster. If you trust the government, you obviously had a bad history teacher. They haven't taught real history in the school system for a long time. I fly all over this planet to fight climate change for you. I'm a paid shill and full of shit. The Pentagon's woke schools for 70,000 kids exposed. Gender expression for 4-year-olds. Parent-free chat rooms. And racial bias listens that leave students sobbing. And how Lloyd Austin covered it up. Protesters. We're heading to the rural area next and stealing from all of them. You do realize that these people argue over which lead dispenser is best to put in their truck. Wanna be green? Shut off your air conditioning, turn off your phone, and go plant next year's dinner. And that's a straight up fact. Being an adult is realizing $1,000 is very little money to have, but a lot to owe. When your electric-powered car runs out of electricity, you'll call a gas-powered tow truck to come take you to the charging station, which gets its electricity from a power plant that most likely is either fueled by gas or coal. Normies. Wow, I thought you were a conspiracy theorist, but it turns out you were right all along. Me. I never wanted to be right. That is true. These apples are not real. Don't try to eat them. I can't believe I have to write this sign. The budget breakdown of a 25-year-old who makes $100,000 a year and is excellent with money. Total monthly spending, $2,775. And if you look at how they got this broke down, it's a complete joke. And if the numbers wasn't bad enough, they got a quarter of it going to donations. My boss told me if I wanted a raise, I needed to send him a detailed list of reasons why I think I deserve one. So I just dropped this off on his desk. I'm sure everyone here knows how all the elites are pushing for the slaves to have to eat bugs. Well, if you don't want to eat bugs, now they have a new choice. Scientists propose eating more python. These big reptiles may be a sustainable meat source if farming can be scaled up. As a kid, I used to watch The Wizard of Oz and wonder how someone could talk if they didn't have a brain. Then, I got social media. Californians grabbing a meal after arguing with you about politics. There's something seriously wrong with a society that thinks these people are backwards and don't represent the average person, but thinks these people know what's best for everyone on Earth. That's an absolute truth. Now you know why Trudeau is for MAID. According to a cost analysis report from the Canadian Medical Association, the implementation of assisted unaliving will save the Canadian healthcare system between $34.7 and $136.8 million per year. Men, if DNA confirms the baby is not yours, it doesn't change the fact that you must take responsibility of the baby. The worst part about this is not a one-off instance of some person just blabbing on social media, but rather, let's just say this thought process is gaining traction and being pushed by more and more people. So much so that I actually saw a news article about a woman who won a court case against a man even when he had a DNA paternity test done that proved the child was not his. Yet, he was ordered by the judge to pay child support. And the past week, we have Bradley Gunners saying they knew where to aim because they played video games, and drone aces hunting each other down like the aces of World War I. Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. This is one of the reasons that they created drones, because it disconnects the operator from what they are actually carrying out and doing. Maybe if we tell people the brain is an app, they'll start using it. Cop opened fires on handcuffed suspect after an akorn landed on vehicle. That's no relation to this channel. Kansas City mayor accuses governor of racial dog whistle for calling Super Bowl parade shooters thugs. That's right, people. It's now considered racist to call criminals who are trying to unalive people thugs. The New York Times claims that the administrative state, that is, governance by unelected bureaucrats, protects our country and enhances democracy. I support people's choice to street race because it's a victimless crime. Until they T-bone a family van full of kids, unaliving the entire family, that's street crashing, which I am very against. That's one thing about social media. You basically get to watch people's thought processes in real time. What did you think they were spraying out of those planes? Vitamins? Dear environmentalist, a climate crisis is when it's -40 outside and -55 with wind chill. Canadian oil and gas is the solution to these climate crises. Modern women at their peak. All men are trash. I don't need one. Modern women after they hit the wall. Where'd all the good men go? I wish I had one. This is sad, but it's true for a lot of women in this generation who have been so fooled into this mainstream narrative. According to the Global Energy Monitor, China has 402 new coal-fired power plants under construction, but in the West, we're being told we aren't allowed to have them. Electric vehicle owners should only be allowed to charge their cars using wind and solar power. Otherwise, it's just pretend. I'm Akorn, and I approve this message. Remember painting these clouds as a kid? Yeah, me neither. Insurance companies, when you finally ask them to do their job after paying them thousands of dollars over the years. Praying in public, reading aloud from Bible, is hate speech to be severely punished. Trudeau government has introduced a bill that could land Christians in prison for quoting the Bible or expressing a traditional faith-based opinion if the Canadian government deems it promotion of hatred or anti-Semitism. A hitman hires a hitman who hires a hitman who hires a hitman who hires a hitman who tells police. 5 hitmen have been jailed for attempted unaliving after each one avoided carrying out the contract themselves so they could make a profit. The final hitman was insulted at the money he had been offered. So, he went and told the police. Has everyone paid your extortion fees? I mean legalized theft? I mean government taxes. Yeah, that's the right one. And remember, just because you're a criminal doesn't mean that you don't have to pay taxes. Here's your notice from the IRS. Income from illegal activities, such as money from dealing illicit substances, must be included in your income on Schedule 1, Form 1040, Line 8Z, or on Schedule C, if from your self-employment activity. Stolen property. If you steal property, you must report its fair market value in your income in the year you steal it, unless you return it to its rightful owner in the same year. That's right, guys. Even if you stole it, the government's still going to get their cut from your theft. And yes, this is a real IRS notice. And what makes it even better is that this was being reposted by the Woodruff Police Department. It doesn't matter how you make your money, the IRS wants their cut. If you're dealing illicit substances, or you can't figure out how to claim funds from stolen goods on your taxes, stop by. One of our friendly officers will be happy to assist you. For extra cash, consider robbing offenders. Their address is easy to find, and they can't own lead dispensers. That's not true. Politicians have loads of security. You know, we laugh at that because we know it's true. Like the name of this series, Laugh While the World Burns. An electric charger powered by diesel generator. We are the stupidest species on the planet. You know, I've seen a lot of memes about electric cars running out of juice and having to be charged by generators, or they're on the back of a diesel truck being towed back to a station. But this here beats them. This is a, at the very least, semi-permanent charger station that was literally designed to be run only by a diesel generator. And I guarantee you that diesel generator will burn more fuel for the amount of power that it's charging the car with than what the car would get in miles per gallon if it was a regular liquid-fueled vehicle. But at the end of the day, this is no different than any of the other chargers because they're just connected to the power grid, which gets its power from the electric plants that most likely burn either natural gas or coal. Wall Street talking about inflation, U.S. workers. And most everyone here knows this is 100% true. Memes do a better job at reporting current events than the mainstream media. This is absolutely true. Here's this post from Irina Pariah, who is a Blizzard game developer. Just wait until they notice that none of our starting characters in our alpha build are white males. None out of 6. This is from The Quartering. Former Blizzard developer bragging her new game features no white male characters. Hey, that's totally fine, but since representation matters, I am told, I guess I just don't see myself in this game, so I won't be buying it. How media describes the event. What actually happened. It's true. We've all seen this time and again. And yet again, another electric vehicle meme. New Jersey candidate for U.S. Senate nailed with hilarious mockery after blaming earthquake on climate change. I'm about to testify against Boeing. I'm a little nervous. I'm sure everything will be fine. That looks about right. Did you guys hear about that guy that was going to testify? And then all of a sudden, he just happened to end up unalived? Awful convenient for Boeing. A software engineer wore Apple Vision Pro to his wedding, much to his new bride's chagrin. I don't know what that word is, guys. Irregardless, this guy's an idiot. Just another example of the stupidity of this generation. As soon as he put those on, she should have turned around and left him standing there. I guess he could have inserted a virtual character to replace her, though. Woman stuck with $3,100 dinner bill after her blind date refused to pay for the 23 family members she brought along. Just to be clear, this guy met this woman for a blind date at a restaurant, and instead of just being her, she brought 23 more family members with her, but expected him to pay the bill. Man, that's the worst trap the Roadrunners ever set for Wiley. Did you just spend $100,000 to get a $40,000 job?
This train ad really triggered me.
Here's a map of all the countries that tax their own citizens into poverty in order to send the money to foreign countries. Yeah, it's exactly true. Now you need to go see the map that shows all the countries that the U.S. sends money to. The U.S. sends money to 150 different countries across the earth. Guys, there's only 193 countries total. But yet, it's the citizens' fault for the national debt. Trudeau lasted 11 minutes and 10 seconds into question period today. He fled after the issue of his personal invitation to the was brought up. When the going gets tough, Trudeau gets going. It's so hot in Texas, we've installed fans outside. This would almost make more sense than claiming they built them to generate power. There's landfills filled with these things now, just like solar panels. When you try to order a black coffee, but the blue-haired barista starts explaining that the preferred term is milkless. I could absolutely see someone saying this. I don't think people should be treated differently based on their skin color. Yep. Remember, guys, if you're white and you think this, you're racist. Members of Congress on their way to the Capitol. Yep, fact check true. Blue hair. Fathers. Teenage girls. This was a joke in 2005, but an important clarification in 2024. Fine, then I guess we're boyfriend and girlfriend. One condition. What? I get to be the boyfriend. Share the memes, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Getting sucked into Jumanji for 30 years doesn't sound too bad right now. Free housing. Vibrant gay culture. Diversity through the roof. Pay taxes on your income. Pay taxes when you buy your things. Pay taxes when you use your things. Pay taxes when you sell your things. That's a very simplified version, but it is true. Classic Disney princesses were modeled after real women. You're just fat. U.S. national debt. Debt per citizen. And you think they don't mean this? The Why Our Enemies No Longer Fear Us starter pack. We can't reveal the names of the Kansas City parade shooters because they're under 18. Oh, really? Good to know. Phone stops working. Me. This is it. It's happening. There's gonna come a day. Canceling TikTok because China owns it. But allowing China to buy our farmland, homes, and our commercial real estate makes sense. Especially next to all the military bases. Like that's a coincidence. Makes over $400,000 a year teaching one class at Harvard. Complains about the high cost of college and student debt. I just saved a bunch of money on my taxes by switching my citizenship status to illegal immigrant. Big tech, we're doing our best to stop the spread of disinformation. Also big tech. A narcissist wants the authority of a king while having the accountability of a toddler. Like the sign says, it's all theirs. Want to stop drunk drivers from unaliving sober drivers? Ban sober drivers from driving. That's how lead dispenser control works. Truth. We must take away your plastic straws wrapped in paper and force you to use paper straws wrapped in plastic. One idiot is one idiot. 2 idiots are 2 idiots. 10,000 idiots are a political party. When you almost posted that meme, but remembered your guardian agent is watching. This is absolutely true. Or at the very least, your fact checkers. Believe it or not, there are memes that I don't post because I need this YouTube channel. Is your baby racist? Exploring the roots of discrimination. And yes, this is a real news article. When cancel culture backfires and keeps only the white ones. New York City hotels that converted into migrant shelters set to rake in over $1 billion in taxpayer funds. Since the taxpayers is paying for it, since the government is paying for it, they're probably getting paid 10 to 20 times more than what they normally would make. One of these lions has security, free shelter, free food, and free medical care. The other lion has no assurances. Everything about his quality of life is his own responsibility. Birth strikers. Meet the women who refuse to have children until climate change ends. It might take a while, but if time went on long enough, that group will fade out all on their own. Freedom is not a reward for compliance. That's how jails work. Lego thieves across Southern California leave police trying to piece together clues. Whoever wrote that title for this news article must be pretty proud of themselves. That's a pretty good one. What government agency would you get rid of first? All of them. because getting rid of any one agency will make absolutely zero difference. My realtor told me my house will sell better if I give it more of a California vibe, so I guess I'll cut all the power and light parts of it on fire, and then stand in the living room and brag about how much I save the environment. The British Prime Minister greeting the Italian Prime Minister at the 50th G7 Summit. Italians malfunction if you prevent their hands from moving. It really looks like that she's an android or something. I mean, seriously, no joke. She's not even looking at him, she's just like looking up into space or something. Wouldn't be the first malfunction we've seen on live TV, though. Of course, they always try to erase those videos. River to be added later. Here's your taxes at work. Build a bridge on dry ground. Tech CEOs are hot now, so workers are hiring $500 an hour fashion consultants. Imagine paying $500 just to look like an average guy from the Midwest. Kentucky high school student Micah Price denied diploma after praising Jesus in his off-script graduation speech. Yes, these days, you have to write out a script and have it pre-approved before you're allowed to even give a speech at school. We've seen multiple other examples like this too. Liberals to remove the thinker statue, offensive to their way of life. These are the people who report your memes. This is true.
Safety is more important than freedom.
Then try prison. Okay, we fixed it so it won't scare anyone. And don't assume its identity. It's not a lead dispenser. It identifies as a wireless handheld peacekeeping device. What part of libertarianism bothers you? The part where you have to make decisions about your own life? Or the part where you don't get to make my decisions for me? It is both of those, but I think the second part bothers them the most. Tesla introduces new rooftop tent, so you and the family can sleep while it charges. Well, they definitely needed a place to stay, because even on the Tesla superchargers, it takes about an hour to fully charge a car. And if you're charging at your house on 220 volt, it takes about 10 hours, and on 110 volt, it takes about 20 hours. They got some solar panels on the hood there. I guess they're trying to give it an extra boost. Just facts. Zimbabwe got to the point that they just ran out of things to print on them, so they just put a pile of rocks, because that's all it was worth. How would you even spot a real supervillain? It's not like they'll dress up in a costume and have a German accent like in the movies. That is true. However, most of them look differently. Some of them even wear sweaters. If people can't control their own emotions, they'll desire to control other people's behavior. News media when the criminal isn't white. Listen, kids, if it needs to be normalized, then it ain't normal. Me looking for all this freedom everyone's talking about when I can't do anything that's not taxed, regulated, or straight up illegal. I know a lot of people won't like this, but it's true. Gotta tell my kids this was... Nope, I'm not saying that. Cartridges made with recycled straws. That is pretty darn good. Politicians. A bunch of rich people convincing poor people to vote for rich people by telling the poor people that other rich people are the reason they're poor. Retirement plan. Move to Mexico. Give up citizenship. Come back illegally. Set for life. And that's no exaggeration, at least for the short term. I heard a joke about Social Security. You won't get it. If you want lead dispenser control so bad, Why don't you just move to the south side of Chicago? Yep, exactly. Just one of the top cities with the highest amount of lead dispenser restrictions that also just happens to have one of the highest lead dispenser crime rates in the country. Me realizing I know her entire politics and worldview because of her blue hair and tattoos.
But that's discrimination.
No, that's deductive reasoning. When someone asks why things are so expensive, 80% of all US dollars in existence were printed in the last 22 months. From $4 trillion in January 2020 to $20 trillion in October 2021. I need new conspiracy theories. All my old ones came true. Well, some are still in progress. But it won't be long. Boeing and Airbus may have used counterfeit titanium in planes. This is true. We've seen it time and time again. Not a cell phone in sight. Just two friends, present in the moment, enjoying a meal together. China may be using the sea to hide its submarines. Experts are asking whether milk is racist as part of a taxpayer-funded research project into connections between milk and colonialism. History of Science Museum in Oxford will research political nature of milk. Yep, that's 100% right. World's largest pilot union calls to eliminate terms cockpit, manpower, and other masculine generalizations for equity. Just another reason not to fly. The Secret Service watching a guy crawl on the most obvious roof and line up a shot. I'm starting to think they were just trying to help. Yep, and we know what that got them. Politicians posting pictures to show they do everyday things like us. When you take the country downhill so fast, they put you on a ski team. If AI takes over, I hope this little guy is the leader. If you know who this guy is, or what app he came from, hit that like button. Remember guys, always be prepared to do what's necessary to protect yourself and your family. Like this guy. OceanGate co-founder is organizing a trip to a 663 feet deep, unexplored sinkhole in the Bahamas. I guess it's time for the annual billionaire sacrifice to the sea gods. Ukraine to be told it is too corrupt to join NATO. As if they're only figuring this out now, after the US has poured billions of dollars into Ukraine. If you are ever feeling down on yourself, just remember, there are still people doing this. It's true. Middle of a sentence approaches. Kamala Harris. The party that called Trump, the guy that ruined a perfectly good mustache, for 8 years, shocked as someone tries to unalive him. This might be the Babylon Bee, but these days, their parody news has far more truth to it than anything you'll see on mainstream media. Biden's speech according to the news. Biden's speech. And most people still think this is the same guy, just because that's what they're told. California fast food restaurants have cut 10,000 jobs since passing $20 minimum wage. Who would have ever thought that such a thing would happen? But at the end of the day, it's always the small businesses that are the real targets of such actions. Second Olympic boxer who failed gender test dominates female fighter in Paris. Actually, no. Shall not be infringed is pretty clear. Me in 2049 at the FEMA reprogramming camp because I tried to buy real meat from an undercover Fed and won't acknowledge more than 2 genders. When the beat drops harder than you expected. U.S. children speaking in British accents because of Peppa Pig. People in the 1960s. I better watch what I say, or the government might wiretap my house. People today. Hey, wiretap, do you have a recipe for pancakes? Housing is a right. Agreed. Let's abolish property tax. How we imagined AI 40 years ago. How it's going. El Salvador president gathers entire executive branch together to inform them that they're all under investigation for corruption. U.S. citizens. A group of undercover Detroit police, posing as substance dealers, tried to arrest another group of undercover police, posing as substance buyers. Flame-throwing robot dog that can shoot fire up to 30 feet goes on sale in U.S. I'll be honest, I'd love to have one of these. When I get a big brush pile that needs burned, I'd definitely use this. The US dollar isn't backed by anything. What actually backs the US dollar? The IRS when you buy stock, your risk. The IRS when you sell stock, our profit. Here is a group photo of every politician that is willing to go enlist to fight in a war they voted for. Yep, fact check true. The NSA collects enough data to know where your girlfriend wants to eat. What do you mean they missed? Sorry, can't today. I'm busy watching the season finale of the United States. Feminism in movies. Feminism in reality. Amazon's profits. Jeff Bezos. Greedy warehouse workers who need to use the bathroom. I'm sure there's some of the media that tried to spin it this way.
We have to protect our democracy.
Let's pass a law that only counts legal votes. I'm so old, I can remember when the only fake news was the National Enquirer.
So why didn't I flinch? Because the laws of science differ fundamentally from those of...
Stunning video of EV graveyard filled with broken down cars that can't be fixed after vehicles worth $18,000 quit. Want to give a quick shout out to Tony who sent this into the channel. If you know what movie this is from, then you know it's become real life. Imagine being someone who rides a motorcycle with no helmet and wears a mask outside while riding it. Prison is the perfect place for liberals. Think about it. 1. Everyone is treated equally. 2. Free food. 3. Free healthcare for everyone. 4. No one has lead dispensers except for the guards. 5. No cars and no gas. I'll add one to this list, because there's one that's more important to liberals than any other. Someone else has to pay for it. New York City orders $4 million McKinsey study on whether trash piles would be better inside containers. That's right, folks. Here's your tax dollars at work. And I love the before and after images that you're showing. And now you have a small little window into the thought process of these kind of people and what it takes to try to explain something to them. I'm getting stronger with age. I can now lift $100 worth of groceries with one hand. Sadly, this is getting truer by the day. Pretty soon, you won't even need the bag. Homeowners charged for exporting excess solar to the grid under new sun tax. Yep, that's right. If you have solar power that is tied into the grid and you make too much power, they're gonna charge you for it. This is in Australia, but it'll soon be coming to a town near you. Amazon is on the cusp of becoming the first trillion-dollar company ever. Amazon also paid 0 federal taxes in 2017. And I seriously doubt they've paid much taxes since then. The first trillion-dollar company doesn't pay taxes and has employees on welfare. Tell us more about how the poor are cheating the system. Sacramento City Attorney reportedly threatened to fine Target store for reporting theft crimes. That's right, guys. If someone's stealing from you and you report it, you are now the criminal. And here's a second news story covering the same thing. California Target could be charged for reporting theft to police, reports say. Told one of my friends that Trump mentioned getting rid of income tax today. My friend's response: "But I rely on my tax return. That's messed up." Just send the asteroid. We deserve it. Polishing a Cybertruck might not be the safest idea, but it's not illegal, traffic experts say. Okay, so traffic experts say it's not safe, but they can't do anything about it. All the while, if your window tint is too dark, you'll get a big ticket. Now, I'm certainly not one for more regulations, but could you imagine if you're the traffic around this thing and the sun hits it? Or if you just simply can't see it because it looks like a mirror? Or how about at night when the headlights hits it? So hold on for a second. They have legit fact checkers that know all the facts? Well, why don't they just set up a channel on TV and just give us the facts? We can call it the news. Marriage promotes white supremacy, according to white university professor. Marriage fundamentalism, like structural racism, is a key structuring element of white heteropatriarchal supremacy, professor says. A giant Cheeto, complete with massive fingers coated in orange dust, has become a roadside attraction. Imagine stealing everyone's money and still ending up $35 trillion in debt. Before you fake your lifestyle on Facebook, at least block the people that know you in person. Dell said return to the office or else. Nearly half of the workers chose or else. Psychogenic unaliving takes a while and isn't particularly easy, but it is possible. You can unalive simply by giving up the will to live, says new research. This is what AI thinks of us. 1. Democrat protester. 2. Republican protester. Some unintelligent person actually tried using movie prop money to buy stuff. When I check ESPN to see if they're covering the NFL yet, watch the best jelly for a PB&J. Point of view. What if God provided us the second kidney as a down payment for a house? Vote no on everything. We don't need it, and we can't afford it. Throwback to when the Dutch police arrested a bird for taking part in a robbery, put him in a jail cell with bread and water, and when the media reported on it, they put a little black bar over his face to protect his identity. That's mainstream media for you. I am a liberal. It's hard to find masculine men to date who aren't conservative. Gee, why don't you just think about that statement for a moment? Why would a real man want to be part of a group who pushes the ideology of toxic masculinity and highly praises all the so-called feminist protesters who say they hate and don't need men? Secret Service Director Kimberly, whatever her name is, tells CBS News that her primary focus has been on diversity hires, particularly women, since taking the position. Maybe I need to start a new series of That Didn't Age Well. For the life of me, I can't figure out why Putin isn't scared of the Biden administration. He looks ridiculous with that bandage on his ear. So unnecessary and dramatic. Chicago suburb homeowner devastated after property tax bill erroneously skyrockets from $1,800 to over $30,000. They upped our property taxes here this year. I guess I should be thankful that it wasn't $30,000. There's no way that this person isn't a supervillain. I can say with 100% certainty they are not a supervillain. They are just a minion follower. What do you call a basement full of liberals? A wine cellar. In the history books, this era will be referred to as the Dumb Ages. Don't worry, at this rate, there won't be anyone left to write the history. He's done more in an hour than Trump did in 4 years. Amazing! The dumbest thing I have ever said. My bad, guys. Well, at least they admit it. Choosing your wife is the most important decision you can make. That is true. If Build Back Better was a haircut. World War III happens and you're drafted. What are you riding on your helmet? Seen this woman today. I've been pumping gas wrong for 20 years. I would say that this would be a good argument to go back to full service stations. However, the screening process required to hire the right kind of people to work at those stations would then be called discrimination. This was considered comically obese in the early 90s. Sad, but true. Every time I have to drink through a paper straw, all I can think is,
Damn hippies.
did you know Kamala Harris and Ronald McDonald have won the same amount of Democrat primaries? Couple sells everything to sail the world. Their boat sinks on day 2. I guess that was a short trip. The 2024 Olympics. The Hunger Games. You guys remember in a recent episode where people were mistaking the Cybertruck for a dumpster? Well, they're not the only ones. Raccoons are trying to break into Cybertrucks, and there's some speculation that this is happening because the raccoons are literally confusing them with dumpsters. American IQs are dropping. Here's why it might not be a bad thing. An Indiana man followed this Chinese spy balloon for 194 miles before he realized it was birds on his windshield. You know, I would ask, how could anyone possibly do this? But then I remember the days and times we're living in. I refuse to be lectured about racism by a party that holds whites-only Zoom fundraisers. That moment when CNN is accidentally relevant. Antisocial woman pretends to be blind for 28 years so she wouldn't have to greet people. You can't make this stuff up. The first American medal of the Paris Olympics goes to cooking bacon. Remember, only you can prevent your state from becoming California. Let's Go Brandon flags at half-staff is possibly the most hilarious thing I've seen so far this month. 34 felonies, 3 baby mamas, a mugshot, and now he's been shot at and survived. Donald Trump is the blackest president we've ever had. His mixtape is gonna be fire. Woman who climbed Mount Everest to prove vegans aren't weak, unalives. At least she unalived doing what she loved, telling everyone she was a vegan. When you realize you are the second best choice to the guy who can't walk upstairs or speak coherently. Well, she can't speak coherent sentences either. That's why they don't let her on camera much. So if you cheat getting into college, you can go to jail. But if you cheat getting into America, you can go to college. An American citizen voting for a Democrat is like a chicken voting for Colonel Sanders. Overheard a lady saying she won't let her kid watch Peppa Pig because it encourages bad behavior like jumping in puddles. I watched Roadrunner as a kid and haven't anyone up with yet. Cooking at home is a great way to have dinner at the same price as going to a restaurant just a couple years ago. Fact check true. Crosswinds are the coolest thing in pro cycling. This is how cyclists normally ride on the roads. Star Wars. Disney Star Wars. Prisoner who unalived and was brought back claims his life sentence has technically ended. He's not wrong. I asked an EOD guy once about the stress of defusing. He shrugged and said, "It's not. I'm either right, or suddenly, it's not my problem anymore." I try to stick to that perspective. Historical footage of the last T-Rex serving his country in World War I. But isn't that a Jeep? And the T-Rex is holding a Browning M2, which wasn't used until 1933. So I think this footage is actually of World War II. United States gets confused by Miss Poland contestants being healthy and all female. Thinking about the time I went to a planetarium and somebody booed when they showed the Earth. I can't blame them. You're not going in circles. You just need to see differently. Ah, yes, a downward spiral. Yep, when you change perspectives, only to find that things are actually worse than you even thought before. Millennials, what do you think we're going to possibly see in our lifetime? Haven't we seen enough? When people ask how I'm handling impending societal collapse, the edgy memes are particularly good. What this series is all about. France. A young man weighs a PS4 in the fruits and vegetables section and pays €9.29. He must have been watching some of the news from over here in the US. White woman gives birth to black baby and accuses her husband of having with a black girl. This is the times we live in. Researchers have found that plants know when they are being eaten. Vegans gotta eat air now. You know what the worst part is? There are people who think that they can survive off of air and sunlight, and maybe water, just like plants do. I remember an article that I showed here on a past episode. There was some woman who is an online influencer who actually unalived herself doing this. Wife crashes her own funeral, horrifying her husband, who had paid to have her unalived. You know you're in San Francisco when nothing valuable inside. Please don't break my windows. Thank you. They, them. I'm voting for Camilla to have the first woman president. Me. So cool. What's a woman? I stopped going to the gym because of Trump. Now I can't open jars. People cry, my body, my choice. Well, I say, your student loan, your payments. Remember, it was your choice, not mine. The next time you're feeling dumb, just remember, people swam with on to feel safer. And although many try to deny this, this is a fact-check true. I remember seeing the photos and videos that people took when they saw people doing things like this. What is an expensive hobby of yours? Eating. Government has failed you. I've been in government for 49 years.
Hey, Dad?
Yeah,
Thanks for beating me as a child.
no problem, son.
Philadelphia Dunkin' Donuts robber spotted stretching beforehand. If liars' pants really did catch on fire, watching the news would be a lot more fun. It'd be even better when the news is playing segments from Congress and the White House. Of course, all the news stations would burn down at that point. Man sues himself and wins. A Kentucky man that threw a boomerang that flew back and hit him on the head has sued himself for $300,000 and won. And astonishingly, it will not cost him a cent because all the money he won comes from his insurance company. A Texas plumber sues car dealer after his truck ends up on Syria's front lines. I'm telling my kids this was Satan and his daughter. Stay-at-home mom lost custody of her son because a judge decided that a military family was too unstable for a kid. Her military family is the only one her son has ever known. This meme was sent to me by akornzstash viewer Tony. This is the Republican Party, folks. No serious conversation on policy, no focus on the people. Just whatever the heck this is. This is the Democrat Party, folks. No serious conversation on policy. No focus on the people. Just whatever the heck this is. This is why aliens have stopped studying us. I'd debate a woke liberal man to man, but they don't have any. Weird. Normal. The world is so broke, you don't even find random money on the ground anymore. It's truly amazing the crazy things right-wingers believe in. The left. That sums it up pretty well. Isn't it weird that in America, if you fly an American flag, everyone knows who you're voting for? When I was 25, I had a boyfriend who was a conspiracy theorist. I ended up breaking up with him because I kinda thought he was crazy. I'd just like to apologize to Adam. You were right about everything. Well, at least she admits it. Say no to gasoline. Go 100% electric. Just don't forget to pack that gasoline generator and a few jerry cans of fuel. Scientists accidentally grew a chicken with the face of a dinosaur. You don't just accidentally grow a dinosaur chicken. Y'all always lying. Ain't that the truth? It's impossible to find jobs right now. Gee, I wonder why. Point of view. You said a slightly conservative thing. How long until some genius bundles all the streaming services and just reinvents cable? American Girl releases first doll with hearing loss. Wait, the other ones can hear us? What girls think guys want? What guys actually want? Harley Davidson exposed. White male diversity training and company funded all ages pride events. Yeah, there was some fallout from this, but I doubt if it will last. Government reports say UFOs broke sound barrier without sonic boom. Aliens watching humans break the sound barrier with a sonic boom. That's actually pretty funny. Every time you share this video, a liberal's head melts. You know what the biggest problem with pushing all things AI is? Wrong direction. I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do art and writing. Not for AI to do my art and writing so that I can do my laundry and dishes. Media. Biden may actually be mentally declining. Memers who've pointed that out for the last 4 years. The times are bad, but the memes are good. My favorite Kamala Harris VP memory is her being named the border czar, then simply telling migrants, "Do not come." And then 7.3 million came anyway. Don't be naive, those are the government numbers, so we know that it's a whole lot more than that. For whoever started this game at the beginning of 2020, please finish it quickly. Girls have a higher chance of getting pregnant than boys. Today's breaking news. Look at the license plate. Now that a storm is coming, need gas for the generator. Interesting how that works. Yeah, all these people like that should be forced to run their house off of solar and wind power only, all year around. Scientist then. I can't wait for someone to try to disprove my findings. Scientist now. If you challenge my findings, it hurts my feelings. Man barricades himself in house after family member takes bite of his grilled cheese sandwich. They might be over 18, but they're not a man. If I had to take a guess, they probably got pink hair. Oh my God, I thought this was a dumpster. I'm not even kidding. I had trash in my hand that I was taking towards it. Realtor offers free pizza with the purchase of a home. I don't know anyone who would say, I'm gonna buy this house because I get a free pizza. I don't always get blocked on social media, but when I do, it's a good indication I was right and they couldn't have that being seen. It's laughable how many times that I've put up a post only to have it taken down within seconds. Government at work. Dial 999 for Coast Guard, police, fire, or ambulance. Yep. That's another good example. Nestle CEO. Water is not a human right. Remember this next time when you want to buy a Nestle product again. This is true. And Nestle only pays a couple $100 a year to draw millions of gallons of water out of the Great Lakes to send to their water bottling plants. Thousands of people attend a barbecue in front of the home of a vegan Australian woman who took her neighbors to court over the smell of meat cooking in their own backyard. This is the kind of pettiness that I can get behind. Yep, Decepticons.
The TikTok ban is crazy because they're talking about, oh, China's taking our data, but the thing is most of us have unlimited data anyway.
If you think this is destroying the planet and this is saving it, you might be a moron. German police offer knives for Netflix to reduce rampant crime. A police union in Germany is urging the government to implement a reward platform for criminals who turn over illegal knives, compensating them with Netflix subscriptions and other incentives if they comply. The unconventional proposal comes in response to an explosion of knife-based crime in Germany, though it remains to be seen if the foreign nationals responsible for the majority of the attacks will be interested in the program. Yeah, I'm sure they just can't wait to get their Netflix so they can watch all the latest DEI movies. They should throw Disney Plus in there too. Denmark to charge farmers €100 per cow in first carbon tax on agriculture. Yeah, because we all know that the people producing the food is the problem, and not the people that's doing everything they possibly can to not only destroy the small farms, but also the people and the nations. It took years of hard work, but corporate America has finally done it. Nothing actually works anymore. Fact check true. Gavin Newsom signed AB 1955 today, which bans schools from making rules requiring parental notification if a child identifies as get your kids out of public schools. So the state is the parent in California now? Not just in California, but they've been pushing this across the country. That's why they keep saying phrases like, it takes a community to raise a child, and that children are not property of their parents. or that parents don't have the right to teach their children values. Someone worth 70 million and another worth 3 billion telling you don't trust rich people. This man seems concerned by the pack of German shepherds around him. Yeah, especially when he's being bitten and his clothes is being ripped off of him. Just another example of how the media carefully crafts a narrative. When there's a knock at the door and you've been posting government stuff all day. This was submitted by akornzstash viewer Mark, and it is true, but it's the same things that they all say. So if a woman wants to unalive a child for whatever reason, you support her choice. But if she needs to unalive a deadly attacker, you stop supporting it. Wake up, America! Your food is banned in 30 countries. I'd say for many things, it's a lot more than that. Most people in the U.S. have no idea just how poisoned our food supply is. Germany. Refugees turn luxury apartments into ruins. Mental illness of yesterday. U.S. military of today, posing with Democrat voters in the background. 20,000 Haitians overwhelm Ohio City. Residents report slaughtered and eaten animals. Increases in traffic accidents. It's funny how the media is trying to say that this is all fake news. Oregon team wins state 200-meter title. Also wins silver medal. Gallagher was a little-known runner in Oregon just 2 months ago. Now the trans athlete is a state champion and silver medalist. Gee, I wonder why. You know, the thing that I don't get is why don't the rest of them from second through fourth place there, or if it goes down further, I don't know, that after the fact, they don't just walk off. Because there's no way that I would get up there knowing that you got cheated. And they should all walk off the field together in a form of protest, regardless of what the consequences are, even if they're banned from future events. Because what's the point of participating in an event if you know that you're just going to be cheated out of it? And on top of that, the whole crowd of spectators should also get up and walk out with them. Because this is the very least that they could do. Probably can't show that one. The Washington Post. Why doesn't Argentina have more black players in the World Cup? And this person's reply is perfect. Because we are a country, not a Disney movie. Vile neo-Nazi group spreads sick campaign of hate to Scotland's highest peak. The 100-hander sticker exhorts white people to love your nation, was stuck up inside a hut on the 4,411-foot peak. That's right. If you are against your country being invaded by a flood of militant immigrants and say things like love your nation, you are now a so-called right-wing extremist, white supremacist terrorist group. And pretty soon here in the U.S., you're going to see a huge surge in the media pushing this same agenda. Before Taylor Swift. After Taylor Swift. Well, it was his choice. And for some reason to me, the clothes he's wearing there just screams polka music. Posted Racist comment on Facebook. 15 weeks in jail. Sold anti-immigration stickers. 24 months in prison. Repeatedly, 12-year-old girl. 180 community hours. No prison time. And like he's even going to do the community hours? All he has to do is go get another ID. Here's an official sign that the city of San Francisco put up in front of a Louis Vuitton store. Stolen goods must remain under $950. You guys are absolutely going to believe this. 2 cases with the same judge. Man jailed for racist chants near Liverpool Crown Court. A man has been jailed for shouting racist abuse near Liverpool Crown Court, where a group of men were being sentenced for violent disorder. In other words, it was like the guy earlier that was arrested for gesturing and shouting at the police. Different case, same judge. Take notice of how the media titled it though. Man sentenced over indecent images on mobile phones. A man who had more than 200 indecent images of children found on 2 mobile phones has been spared prison after a judge accepted his genuine remorse. Cops raid hospital room of terminally ill Kansas man with just weeks left to live to seize THC paste and weed vape he uses to ease cancer pain, then orders him to appear in court even though he can't move. Things like this really make me mad. But it's just another example showing that most cops are not only nothing but bullies with a badge, but also they will carry out whatever orders that they are given. Remember, when something goes wrong in the circus, they send in the clowns to distract the audience. Well, something has gone very wrong with the circus, and the clowns are everywhere. Extreme misogyny to be treated as terrorism under UK government plans. Vet Cooper, the Home Secretary, said governments had failed to address the rise in extremism for too long. So what is misogyny? Misogyny? I'm probably butchering that, but whatever. According to Oxford, it's the dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. But today, they don't know what a woman is. So what are they actually saying? Convicted drunk driver claims legal limits discriminate against alcoholics. I can't tell if this is satire or real news. We've reached the point where we can't tell satire from actual news. There's a lot of people that's just now realizing this. That's why more often than not, that sites like the Babylon Bee, as well as memes, report more real news than anything that's seen on TV. German government orders children to visit mosques after parents refused school trip. German officials have ruled school children have to visit mosques as part of their curriculum after a mother and father would not allow their son to visit an Islamic place of worship. Last week, it was revealed that the parents of a German teenager who refused to let their son visit a local mosque as part of a school trip may appear in court for truancy. It's just getting worse all the time. I just had to sit through a racial and cultural competency seminar. It was by far the most racist stuff that I've ever heard. Green electricity producers receive €20 billion in tax money. Planned economy absurdity. This year alone, taxpayers will probably transfer €20 billion to green energy producers because electricity prices are falling. It's awful funny that people's electric bills never get any cheaper. Most people don't realize that electric vehicles have been around for a very long time. Some of you probably even know that Nikola Tesla built a vehicle that didn't have a conventional engine, nor did it require batteries. And it also had an unlimited range. There's a very good reason why when Nikola Tesla was unalived, that the government quickly went in and completely cleaned out his place, taking boxes upon boxes of all of his handwritten notes, patents, and much more. Knowledge truly is power, and today, they don't even want people to know how to read and write. How it departed from Greece. How it ended up in France. Break dancer Reagan now ranked world number 1 after Paris Olympics controversy. That's a fitting uniform for a lot of so-called cops. Now don't get me wrong, guys. There are some good policemen, but they're getting fewer and fewer all the time. Many of them quit or retired when all the hatred of the defund the police movement was going on, because a lot of them weren't just in fear of their own life, but of their families. No refunds in historic miscarriage of justice cases. Victims of historic miscarriages of justice have been told by the government they must have bed and board costs for their time they spent in prison deducted from their compensation payments. In other words, not only did they have to pay with however much time that was stolen from them while they rotted in prison, but now the government wants them to pay for the cost of their bed and board while they were forcibly kept in prison. Hey friend, listen, I know the world is scary right now, but it's gonna get way worse. Swiss writer who called journalist sentenced to 60 days in prison. EU Commissioner for Migration and Home Affairs: without immigration, we would starve. Rural America: cities with the most lead dispenser restrictions. All major U.S. cities. I hate kids and never want them. Now give me your kids so I can teach them about my world views. That pretty much sums up a lot of these people. You're not allowed to leave bad reviews. Woman says she's getting sued over leaving a 1-star review. Is that possible? In today's society, it is. If you have a problem with a company or their products, and you leave them a bad review, they can turn around and sue you for defamation. And it doesn't matter if what you said is true. Residents face HOA fines as high as $10,000 for opening windows in sinking San Francisco tower. Breaking news: the police have apprehended the illegal alien that has been eating the cats. Fact check true. Germany: woman convicted of offending migrant gang rapist receives longer prison sentence than this. That's a pretty good summary of today's so-called justice system. Jesse Smollett: stage attack by opposing political group. Zero evidence. Media outrage. Andy Ngo: actually attacked by an opposing political group. Video evidence. Media silence. Me playing Call of Duty, wondering why there's no sound. My grandfather with his new Bluetooth hearing aid. That would be pretty bad. Check this one out, guys. 3 Washington teens are facing 10 years in jail after making skid marks on a LGBT Rainbow Road mural while riding e-scooters. 19-year-old and 2 unnamed minors were arrested on Wednesday for first-degree malicious mischief after vandalizing the Rainbow Pride mural that sits in front of Riverfront Park located in Spokane, Washington. Turco appeared in court on Thursday alongside legal counsel. Prosecutors requested a $15,000 bond that would cover the approximate cost of repainting the mural. The teen was later released on his own recognizance on the condition that he does not return to the crosswalk. And here's another article about the same. Washington teen faces 10 years in prison for scooter tracks on a pride mural, while DC police make no arrest for anti-American vandalism of U.S. monuments. Which, by the way, that photo right there is literally that exact mural that they drove the scooters across. And those little bitty marks right there are what they're talking about. This is on a city road. You literally can't go down the road without driving across it. This article is about the company that rents those scooters. Lime Scooters will now shut down if driven over pride flag crosswalks in Spokane, Washington. So if you're driving a scooter and need to go across this intersection, the scooter will automatically shut down when it gets to that area. So you gotta pick it up, carry it, and walk across there. Or have to try to figure out a way to drive all the way around it without going off-road. This is the stupidity that we're facing in these days. And by the way, a first-degree malicious mischief is a felony. And I saw another article that had one example of a crime that would receive this same first-degree malicious mischief charge. And the example it gave was if a person was on an airplane and they damaged the plane in such a way that it created a safety risk to the aircraft or other passengers. And yet, that's what they're going to charge these 3 teens with, because they drove over a so-called flag that is painted onto a road. Here's just a very short news clip from this.
3 teenagers were arrested last week for the horrific crime of riding scooters on one of those pride flags you see painted on the road every 20 yards. Here's the vicious crime in full. Look, one of them's doing a wheelie. The horror! These kids were arrested on suspicion of first-degree malicious mischief, which is a felony offence, and are now potentially facing 10 years in jail. Here's one of them in court in a yellow jumpsuit like he's off to Guantanamo Bay. I bet these kids wish they'd just graffitied a war memorial, or burnt the American flag, or desecrated a portrait of the King of England instead of driving their scooters on the road. According to court documents, witnesses watched the 3 kids ride over the rainbow-painted crosswalk and intentionally skid their tyres.
I just saw this group of teenagers like deliberately making marks and scratch marks with their Lime scooters, like just all around.
Several witnesses confronted the group and called police.
We're not going to sit by as we watch people deliberately commit a hate crime, like right in the middle of downtown.
After looking at security footage, officers arrested 3 teenagers. 2 are minors, and 1 is 19-year-old Ruslan Turco.
You are charged with 1 count malicious mischief.
Turco had his first appearance in court this afternoon. The judge released him under the condition he doesn't go near the crosswalk or the other teenagers. Prosecutors, though, had asked the judge to set a $15,000 bond, since that's how much it costs to repaint the mural.
The community really came together to raise the money for them to be able to do it before the parade on Saturday.
Now this vandalism, just hours after that repaint, and only a few weeks after someone else set fire to the mural.
It sucks to be reminded in moments like this that there are still people out there that, you know, have hate in their hearts for other people, so yeah.
But Kaylee wants everyone to know the love outweighs the hate here on Howard and through the entire city.
Yeah, the absolute absurdity and so-called legal double standard that we are faced with today. U.S. government report says fluoride at twice the recommended limit is linked to lower IQ in kids. A U.S. government report expected to stir debate concluded that fluoride in drinking water at twice the recommended limit is linked with lower IQ in children. The report, based on an analysis of previously published research, marks the first time a federal agency has determined, with moderate confidence, that there is a link between higher levels of fluoride exposure and lower IQ in kids. Yeah, and a lot of people would go around saying, well, that's only if there's twice the limit in it, though. That's why they limit it down to a certain point. Well, how about all the fluoride that you're getting in your toothpaste every day? And even most floss picks are also coated with fluoride. And there's a lot of other products that has it too. Furthermore, and if people would do some digging and really research it out, they'd find out that the original testing of fluoride in drinking water was first done in the 1940s in Germany at the concentration camps. They found that it made the people more subdued and less likely to resist. And 7 months before World War II even ended, they began to put fluoride into drinking water here in the U.S., with Michigan being the first state. Remember Klinger dressed like a woman to show that he was mentally ill. Veteran biology professor who has been teaching that sex is determined by chromosomes X and Y for 20 years is fired after 4 students walked out of his classroom in Texas. When someone asks if I'm voting for Kamala Harris, this would be the only possible logical scenario that comes to mind. Navy launches USS New Jersey, first U.S. submarine built for both genders. Yes, they literally are bragging about having a mixed living space. America's longest welfare line. Brought to you by the border czar, Kamala Harris, and all the rest of the puppets up there for the last 20 years. Town officials shut down a boys' ice cream stand. Fundraisers and unaliving threats followed. This kid was raising money for his brother's hockey team, but some Karen in the neighborhood didn't like it, so she reported it to the city, and the town officials used the health department to force them to shut it down immediately, stating that they had received a complaint and said the 12-year-old's scheme violated the Massachusetts Food Code. This is the kind of people you live next door to, and the type of people who are in positions of power in the cities and even just the small towns these days. Army won't identify consequences for briefing that designated pro-life groups as terrorist. Army claims its extremism policy is unbiased, but lawmakers aren't so sure. Members of the House Armed Services Committee grilled the U.S. Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, Plans, and Training this week over the recent revelation that nearly 10,000 soldiers at North Carolina's Fort Liberty, which is actually Fort Bragg, were trained to believe that pro-life organizations qualify as terrorist groups. Lieutenant General Patrick Matlock suggested during Thursday's hearing that corrective action has been taken, though he was altogether light on details, refusing to indicate whether someone had actually been fired, suspended, or demoted for likening champions of the unborn to mass unaliving jihadists. Representative Jim Banks, chairman of the subcommittee on military personnel, and members from both parties did not appear to be buying what Matlock was selling, especially his piece about accountability. I think the reason that you can't answer the question is because you know, and we know, that no one has been held accountable for this training that started in 2017 and occurred until a few months ago. Now, a lot of people may be surprised by this, but this is not just the military that's being taught these things. There was a document that I saw back some years ago where it was revealed that the FBI were teaching similar things, but not just about pro-lifers, but rather they had a whole long list of organizations and types of people that were potential terrorists, such as people who believe in the Bible, People who believed that there was a shadow government or high-up elites that were running the nations. Evangelical Christians, those that were against all this LGBT stuff. And even, believe it or not, people who paid for a coffee in cash. And that is just a few of them that I can remember off the top of my head. I'll see if I can actually find that article again. If I do, I might have it on a future episode. DEI superheroes. White boys saving the universe. Most people couldn't care less who is in a movie. They just want to sit and relax and watch a good movie, and not a bunch of propaganda. This 23-year-old Brazilian surfer could not use his Christ the Redeemer surfboards because they violate Olympic rules, but mocking and blaspheming Christianity is permitted in opening ceremonies. Article 50 of Olympic Charter, no type of political, religious, or racial demonstration or propaganda shall be permitted in any Olympic venue. Back some years ago, I used to watch some of the Olympics, but the last several, I haven't watched anything because it's all garbage, especially the last one and this one, and they just keep getting worse. Governments and corporations, the alphabet gang, middle and low class, homeless people, as well as veterans, among other groups. Black privilege in San Francisco. Black firefighter looks up Asian co-worker's address, shows up at his house and tries to beat him to unaliving with a hydrant spanner, which is a heavy brass wrench measuring 15 inches. Asian firefighter gets fired for cooperating with police. Black firefighter keeps his job, never missing a paycheck. I couldn't care less what color they are, but we're just seeing more and more examples of where the victim is the one who is classified as the criminal. And just the fact that he beat him in the head with his wrench and in the process broke both of his arms while he was trying to protect himself, and yet the attacker wasn't immediately arrested and charged, shows exactly this. Sweden to prosecute 2 men over Quran burnings. And yet, if you reverse the roles, they can burn all the Bibles, flags, and everything else that they want, and that's called freedom of religion. Welcome to Planned Parenthood. I'm Dr. Moloch. Just a few questions, then we can start the sacrifice. Procedure. 100% true. I've said that for many years. It's just one of the modern day incarnations of it. If you really done some research and wanted to know, you'll find out that there's another major modern day incarnation of it too. Men are less likely to wear masks, another sign that toxic masculinity unalives. Shaming people who refuse to wear masks isn't a good look. Pick your health leader. Greta Thunberg reportedly deletes 2018 tweet claiming climate change will wipe out all of humanity by 2023. Yeah, it's the same thing that all of these people has done for nearly 40 years now. Asking ChatGPT, make a joke about men. Reply, why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything, just like men and their excuses. Make a joke about women. Reply, I'm sorry, but as an AI language model, I cannot generate jokes that perpetuate negative stereotypes or offend a particular group of people, including women. My programming is based on promoting respect and empathy towards all. Yeah, all these AI are programmed to give a conditioned response. Just like 2 other videos I've seen recently about Alexa. Here's one of them.
Alexa, why should I vote for Donald Trump?
I cannot provide content that promotes a specific political party or a specific candidate.
Alexa, why should I vote for Kamala Harris?
While there are many reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, the most significant may be that she is a strong candidate with a proven track record of accomplishment. As the first female vice president, Harris has already broken down a major gender barrier, and her career in politics has been characterized by a commitment to progressive ideals and a focus on helping disenfranchised communities.
Scotland cut down 14 million trees to make way for wind turbines. Yeah, that's their green energy agenda at work. Violent crime is at a nearly 50-year low. Readers added context. Crime rates appear to be lower because two of the largest police agencies are no longer reporting data to the FBI. They always manipulate the data, just like they do for inflation and unemployment numbers. Swiss writer who called journalist, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to be charged too, sentenced to 60 days in prison. Alphabet groups applaud decision. And right on the same page, YMCA accuses teen of hate speech for voicing concerns over biological male in women's locker room. It's just sickening the things that's taking place these days. How men treated women before feminism, after feminism. It's just facts. California advances zero down, no payment home loans for undocumented immigrants. And like this example here, there's already a push being made for saying illegal aliens or illegal immigrants to be called hate speech. Rioters face terror charges, 10 years hard labor. This is concerning those over in the UK protests. I'm not a bus. I identify as a train. This driver deserves a raise. Vegans triggered by a man eating food in the street. I actually saw a part of this video, and she is literally screaming at this guy. And he isn't doing anything, not saying anything back, and yet there's the cop over there in the background that won't do a single thing about it. Yet, if the guy did start yelling back, or anything else, I guarantee you he'd be arrested on the spot. The current financial situation. Yep. This is the Chinese military current training regimen. Aliens are real. Yeah, I know. Lower the cost of living. I'm about to get arrested at PetSmart. Test to see which litter is right for you. A store put this up. They're just asking for it. Boomers. It feels like we're coming into the days of Soylent Green, and I have one thing to say. You little Gen X, Y, and Z rugrats aren't turning me into a cracker. We're seeing Soylent Green, 1984, and more, all coming to pass right now. Look, if your memes aren't good enough to get you arrested in the UK, then they're weak. Do better.
Well, this is a very dark day in Australia's history, ladies and gentlemen, because this week the Respect at Work and Other Matters Amendment Bill 2024 was passed in Queensland Parliament. Well, what does this mean for you? Well, from now on, we're going to have to police our thoughts and our speech very carefully on social media, and here's why. Any post made on social media now is deemed by this bill to be a public act, and any public act found offensive by a reasonable person of the minority community that it describes is then chargeable under Section 52A of the Criminal Code, and these charges carry a maximum sentence of 3 years jail time. So as you can see, it's not hyperbole to say that this bill paves the way for Queensland citizens to serve jail time for social media posts that offend minorities. This bill is the most egregious encroachment of freedom of speech that I have ever seen in Australia. And worse still, this is a piece of legislation that is self-protecting in the sense that to speak out against it is to be in contravention of it. At One Nation, we will seek to enshrine in law your freedom of speech, and we are the only party that advocates to do so. So vote different. Vote One Nation in the October state election, and let's wrestle back our freedoms from a government that is quite simply out of control. See you there.
Deceased Democrat congressman wins New Jersey primary. I read a little bit about this, and apparently after a certain date, they can't change the candidate no matter what, even if they're unalived. But apparently there were still voters that didn't even know that he was unalived. How to address all genders so nobody gets offended.
Attention all fairy tale things.
Trying not to get arrested for memes in the UK. New gender says you can identify as seasons. Me identifying as deer season. When you're trying to simply get a glass of water in 2024. Just like I've stated before, I will never have any appliances that have to have an internet connection. There was a video I saw back some time ago where a guy was streaming live from his refrigerator. This also goes right along with what General Petraeus said back over a decade ago, that your dishwasher is spying on you. And now you know why they call it Windows. Because to them, every computer is a window into your home. 1995. Don't homeschool your kids, they'll be weird. 2024. Kids in public school identifying as barn animals. And even more other things than we can even imagine. Me watching the vegan couple next door argue about the Big Mac wrapper that I tossed into the backseat of their car. Now there's an idea. Or better yet, put a half-eaten quarter pounder between the seats. How to become a they-them. Yep, that's certainly one way to do it. Elon Musk fired 90% of Twitter's workforce, and it's still functioning perfectly. Government employees. You could fire 99% of government and put most of them in jail, and it still wouldn't be enough.
For the love of God!
The people keeping you down haven't got their foot on your head, they've got their hand in your pocket. That's true to some degree, but the Federal Reserve debt note has been one of the major ways that they've controlled the people since its creation in 1913. There will come a time when the rich own all the media, and it will be impossible for the public to make an informed opinion. Albert Einstein, 1949. What most people still can't comprehend is that it was happening even back then. And it was completely taken over, probably in the 60s, maybe early 70s. Until when the internet came around and got built up to the point that even individuals could have a voice. But it won't be long that will also come to an end. Climate activists protest electric cars at New York Motor Show. Avis claims customer circled the globe in 3 days. Charges her over $8,000. Avis claimed a customer drove 29,000 miles in 3 days, charging her $8,079. If she had driven the car non-stop for 72 hours, she would have to have maintained an average speed of 402 miles per hour. I actually read this article, and the worst part is, she didn't know about this until she was boarding her plane and was looking at her credit card account on her phone. On top of that, Avis continually refused to give her a refund. She didn't get a refund until this started getting shared online and gaining a lot of attention. Once you understand that they are not journalists and media professionals, but rather actors and operatives, things will start to make sense. Fact check true. We've all heard the term white privilege being thrown around in the media and everywhere else these days. And 99% of it is complete total garbage. But here is one example that truly is white privilege. In many places, it's illegal to hunt albino deer. They truly do have white privilege. Olympic gold medals. 1908, 100% gold. 2024, 1% gold. Olympic 2028 medals. President Trump's wall cost less than the Obamacare website. Let that sink in, America. The bank says I can't afford a $1,200 a month mortgage, so I can pay $2,000 a month rent instead. This here might just be a meme, but it's actually happening to people. Are the media and the DNC asking us to vote based on the color of her skin and not the content of her character? Martin Luther King Jr. is rolling in his grave. I identify as having a license. Yeah, see how far that gets you though. Tesla showing off their $100,000 Cybertruck towing a jet engine. A $2,500 Chevy in 1972. This is very true. They used to air that in TV commercials. I remember when $200 in groceries had to go in the trunk. Now you can put them in 3 bags in the passenger seat. Stupid people should carry a sign to let others know they're stupid. Everyone who doesn't like me is racist and sexist. A child's guide to identity politics. 1990s comedy. 2020s reality. Respect is taught at home. If your kid is a disrespectful little, it's your fault. Not society's, not music, not video games. Yours. There's a lot of things being pushed on kids today, but first and foremost, it starts at home. If your kids are taught right at home, most of the time, they will resist what society is trying to shove down their throat. The reason these toys are critical as kids. I know I've showed this one before. I think it was on a Gen X video. But how can anyone look at that and even remotely believe that they could get it in that car? Sell me this pen. It's AI powered. Me finally catches up with all my bills. My car. When you're tired of seeing new houses being built everywhere. This is what redneck graffiti looks like. And I absolutely agree with them. Sometimes the memes make themselves. And then we televise this one, but not this one. It just goes back to earlier about the quote from Albert Einstein. Florida passes bill enacting the unaliving penalty for child, the alphabet mob. Trump looks ridiculous with his ear bandage. Please note, the post-apocalyptical fiction section has been moved to current affairs. 16 habits that will make you poor. Almost all of these are true. What's the difference between a refugee and E.T.? E.T. learned English and wanted to go home. That actually sounds like something Dangerfield would say. Survival tip. If you get lost in the woods, just build a shelter. The tax collector will be there shortly. Fact check true. This is very true, but by the time it's all said and done with, you're probably paying a lot more than 40%. Imagine breaking into my house and hearing before getting smoked. Yeah, better be careful about those black tactical horns. They'll be making those illegal too. Boeing Starliner astronauts stranded in space for 80 days will not return home until 2025. Humanity has about 6 months to purchase 8 billion ape costumes for the ultimate prank. If the news is fake, imagine how bad history is. 100% fact. However much you deny the truth goes on existing. Due to current food prices, the 3-second rule has been extended to 8 seconds. Forget about that. These days, you better extend it a lot longer, depending on what it is, especially if it's something you can wash off. Same thing goes for medications, too. In the words of Larry the Cable Guy, I don't care who you are. That's funny right there. Inflation is due to greedy price gouging. Did the people who printed trillions of dollars tell you that? Some of it is the companies, but most of it is the ongoing orchestrated collapse of the Western currencies, especially the US dollar. You're about to find out why I washed my aluminum foil, reused my tea bags, and saved my bacon grease. Just some food for thought.
People who were born in 2000 are now 40. Let that sink in.
Camera catches looters stealing trillions. Female dart players threatened with disciplinary action for refusing to play transgender rivals. They should have sued them for discrimination, not only for allowing men on an all-female team, but also for threatening them with disciplinary action if they didn't go along with it. And if it came down to it, they should have just left no matter what the cost was. If all the women left, there wouldn't be no sport left for all these men to play in, which would still be better than what's currently happening. A new study reveals that kids identifying as cats in Ohio has diminished exponentially. Well, I guess that's one way to get kids to stop wanting to be treated like animals. Married couple arrested in Germany for watching Russian TV. They're banning a lot of different channels using regional controls. which basically works like parental controls, so to speak. But some people are using streaming services along with VPNs to be able to bypass this so they can still watch what they want. Well, now apparently, they're starting to arrest people for doing this. And unfortunately, it certainly isn't going to get any better. When I used to see a rainbow as a kid, when I see a rainbow now, this is true. It's just another symbol that's been stolen. Me trying to calculate how the alphabet gang can say,
I was born this way,
while also saying,
I'm transitioning because I was born into the wrong body.
Adam Goldberg slams Friends show for its insane lack of diversity. Incredibly unrealistic. It's incredibly unrealistic to have a group of people of the same race who happen to be friends. How does he feel about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Martin, Living Single, Family Matters, The Cosby Show, and many more? Most of us has watched these shows at one point in time or another. You never heard us complaining about the lack of diversity. You are about to hear the worst opinion ever. And you know who the leader is before they even open their mouth. Justin Trudeau. Today we marched for our planet, for our kids, and for our future. You don't need to march, bro. You're literally the guy in charge. The sad part is, there's a lot of people that actually believe their propaganda and never even question or research it. Chad, with a criminal record for beating women, has 800 matches in 48 hours. And the guy literally has that on his profile. This is how a lot of women are, and then say that it's all men's fault. You work for your money, they print it out of nothing, in the process devaluing your money. Then they claim you owe them a portion of your money, and you think society would collapse without them. Yeah, a private bank prints money out of thin air and then loans it to the government with interest. Rory's now ex-wife allegedly wasn't happy with how Rory golfed all the time. Woman marries a golfer. Same woman. Why do you play golf all the time? Why is my husband yelling? Help is available. Speak with someone today. National Domestic Violence Hotline. Why is my wife yelling at me? Potential triggers for a wife yelling include feeling unheard, financial stress, mental health struggles, and disrespect. So at least 2 out of the 4 answers that they give, feeling unheard and disrespected, point blank blames the husband. Let alone the fact that they don't bother to show the same thing as they do for the first one. A couple bought an uninhabited island to live on because it was cheaper than a house deposit. I seen another similar story to this just a few weeks ago. Most people don't want to be rich. They just want to earn enough money to not worry anymore. I fully believe that that is very true. What do you guys think? Drop it down in the comments. How to be a good climate activist. 1. Own a private jet. 2. Own a yacht. 3. Own 5 mansions. 4. Lecture poor people on how selfish they are. 5. Give yourself an award. 2021. French politician Bernard Tapie unalives with $660 million in debt. 2022. French politician Dominique Faure enters the government. It certainly wouldn't be the first time that the rich and the politicians have faked their unaliving. When you wonder, can people get any dumber? Then you see things like this. Can someone honestly tell me what is stopping us from filling all this ocean with land and expanding the size of America? The depths of the stupidity of people these days has become a bottomless pit. Remember, crime doesn't pay. Crime. Yep. Someone took a picture of this sign. Mini marathon. Run for gender equality. Men, 10 kilometers. Women, 5 kilometers. Perfect example. This is Taylor Swift. Taylor is concerned about climate change. Her private jet emits more carbon in a single trip than your car in your entire lifetime. And that jet flew more than 200 times last year. But it's your car that's causing climate change. Let alone all the other billionaires and politicians and everyone else. It's just like the memes about the climate change conference that they always have every year. And the airport that's always closest to it is absolutely packed with private jets. Last year, China built 47 new coal-fired power plants. Meanwhile, in the UK, that, and far worse, goes for all of the Western and European nations.
I'm on a bus, and this guy is so fine, but he has an iPhone 6.
And you're on a bus. The stupidity of phones being a status symbol is about as good as the Stanley mugs. This is how the system still works. Remember, she broke into their house. I'm not sure which point of view that they're trying to propose here. Either that she's white and that they are bears of color, or if they're showing that the criminals are being made out to be victims, while the victims are being classified as criminals. That is certainly true these days. The perils of being a vegan at a festival in a small town. I had to get a $100 taxi to go 12 miles to get a veggie burger because I haven't eaten a meal all day. 1. Prep your meals if you have dietary restrictions. 2. Don't be a vegan. And further than this, you can't tell me that there wasn't something you could eat at any restaurant. Because almost every restaurant has some kind of vegetables, whether it's a salad, steamed veggies, french fries, baked potato, or many other things. If you want to be a vegan, that's fine, but don't sit around and cry about it because somebody don't cater to you. There is no vegetarian menu, vegan menu, halal menu, no takeout. Cash only. Another disgraceful example of businesses in Japan not being welcoming to tourists. The Japanese are openly racist, biased, and don't care about inclusivity like the West. They have one of the strongest economies in the world and almost zero crime. People don't have to accept your worldview, and that's totally fine. That's one of the reasons why they still have a mostly cohesive society. This is 1,600 calories. This is also 1,600 calories. Great. Now do a price comparison. We pay taxes on money we earn to pay taxes on money we spend. And everything we quote-unquote own, and much, much more. Here's some stupid so-called prank. Smashing people's Androids, then giving them iPhones. Break people's legs, then give them wheelchairs. That guy's just asking for it, and he should get what he's due. I've never had an Apple product, and I don't want any. Not saying Android is that much better, and they've made sure we don't have too many other choices. Movies when women have cancer. Movies when men have cancer. This is very true. Everything is a conspiracy theory when you don't understand how anything works. This is the truest bumper sticker I've ever seen. I hate it when people confuse education with intelligence. You can have a bachelor's degree and still be an idiot. That's truer today than it ever has been, especially with most of the so-called degrees that colleges are handing out these days. I've got 7 and don't have any side effects. You have green hair and consider yourself a cat. You are the side effect. Suicide hotline number on the back of a tax collection envelope is peak Americanism. Yeah, if people unalive themselves, then they can't pay their taxes. It's a wonder that they haven't passed a law that their family would owe the taxes. Pepsi has sued 4 Indian farmers for $150,000 each for growing the type of potato used in the chips of its Lay's brand. What stage of capitalism is it when massive corporations can sue poor people for growing food? Because this isn't capitalism. It's at best socialism, if not straight up communism. The exact same thing happened when one of the biggest agriculture corporations, whose name I'm not going to mention but everyone knows and it starts with an M, whose seeds blew over onto other farmers' fields, or when bees cross-pollinated their GMO seeds with other farmers' crops, and then they sued the farmers for growing their GMO plants. That was in the news back some years ago now. They need to add the US/NATO in there as well. Spanish mother burns daughter's rapist alive after he taunts her during day release. Maria del Garcia was sentenced to 9.5 years in jail for the unaliving, which was later reduced to 5.5 years on appeal. A mother was overcome with devastation as she received a jail term for setting her daughter's rapist on fire and burning him to unaliving after his release from prison. Maria couldn't bear the sight of her daughter Veronica's attacker, Cosmo, after he was freed. At the tender age of 13 in 1998, Veronica suffered a brutal rape at knife point by Cosmo, their neighbor, who was originally giving a 9-year sentence. And here's from another news article. When he was out on the day he was released in June of 2005, the predator brazenly confronted Maria at a bus stop close to her home near Alicante. Unrepentant Cosmo added fuel to the fire by asking Maria how her daughter was. After Cosmo swaggered into a bar her family often visited, Maria, fueled by anger and terror, bought petrol from a nearby station. In a bid to inflict some form of justice, Maria entered the bar with the fuel, drenched Cosmo in it, and set him ablaze, with burns covering 90% of his body. Cosmo didn't survive and succumbed to his injuries days later in the hospital. Later on in the article, it says that she was finally fully released in 2017. Mark Zuckerberg's dad said he could go to Harvard or have a McDonald's franchise. He took a huge gamble by choosing neither and is now worth $100 billion. The lesson here is that taking big risk is easy when you have rich parents. You hear all these stories about these big billionaires claiming to have started out in their parents' garage or basement. But what they never say is that their parents were already billionaires. Germany realizing they are not guilty of this world war. That guy held a lead dispenser to a pregnant woman's stomach during an armed robbery. He went to prison 8 times during his life. Do you think he deserves to have statues built to honor his legacy? My cat after learning that Haitians are eating his cousins in Ohio. Nothing is more dangerous than stupid people who think they're smart. That's very true, especially in large groups. Define woke. Define woman. No. That's woke. Perfect explanation. What you look like defending a politician or celebrity. The San Francisco thief after he mugs you. Illegal immigrants. Taxpayers. Remember, son, if you work hard enough, someday the government will extort half of your income. Father of the Year. This Washington dad rescued his daughter from a trafficking ring, then unalived the man who sold her into it. Money can't buy happiness. Sure it can. That's just a lie we tell the poor people to keep them from rioting. It may not buy happiness, but being poor certainly buys a lot of unhappiness, stress, worry, and much more. Not one of these powered repair trucks runs on electricity. It's a good thing. You need to buy a green car. Okay, got it. When the last drop of testosterone and dignity leaves your body. Brave man helps to shield speed camera from the blazing hot sun. Not all heroes wear capes. Nah, he took his cape to put it over the camera. That's a good man right there. Imagine being a parent and knowing that you spawned these utter failures. U.S. presidents at the beginning and end of their term. When you get a friend request, but they have their pronouns listed in their profile. Celebs that went to Diddy's parties right now. Straight white men. Woke movie isn't meant for you. Okay, we won't watch it. That was on a past episode that I showed two different news articles, which was literally this meme in real life. Ohio animal shelters are celebrating empty shelters for the first time in history. That's so bad. Girls who grew up without a father. Boys who grew up without a father. You have to pay taxes, so they protect you from what they'll do to you if you don't pay taxes. That's how the mafia works. 100% fact. Barbie, is this captain qualified? She's better than qualified. She's diverse. New Zealand Navy ship with lesbian captain runs aground, catches fire, and sinks. And yes, this really did happen. I had the actual news article on the last IDIOCRACY episode. I miss the old days when logic and facts were more important than feelings and delusions. That one employee who ain't done for 3 years, but thinks they've earned the promotion. Most of the time, that's who gets a promotion too, because there's a reason that they've been able to be at a job and not have to do anything the whole time. There's a sign on somebody's door. We found Jesus. We know who we're voting for. There are only 2 genders. Our truck is too old for an extended warranty. If any of this upsets you, feel free to go away. 69-year-old Raiders owner Mark Davis said his 26-year-old girlfriend didn't know he was a billionaire. She was just attracted to his beautiful smile. I'm not even gonna comment. Today, my daughter called me birth person. I replied, yes, financial drain. I'll just say this. My reply would have been a lot different than that. Camilla's stepdaughter could be the most beautiful woman in the world. Liberal mainstream media. She was second up in a Weird Al lookalike contest as well. A full list of scenarios where giving up your rights will make you safer. Fact check true. Janet Yellen blames Americans splurging for record high inflation. Yeah, because everyone has so much money, they can barely pay their bills every month. And more people can't even do that. This coming from the woman who said there would be no inflation due to unlimited money printing, and later said that the inflation was only temporary. But no, it don't have to do anything with that. Like everything else, it's always the fault of the American citizens. Vincent Price, November 13th, 22. Shoplifting a $3 tube of toothpaste is not a crime, you absolute pansy. October 3rd, 24. I want Target to know that anytime they lock up a product, I start buying it somewhere else that doesn't. These kind of people can't comprehend the reason of why they had to lock it up. People are always concerned about the planet we're leaving for our kids, but nobody cares about what kind of kids we're leaving for the planet. Sums up a lot of women these days. Government promises. Government programs. Organizing your finances is key. Me. California becomes first state to ban sell-by and best before labels to reduce food waste. Removing the dislike button. People commenting dislike on videos. And most everyone here on the channel knows why they removed it in the first place. What city you think you gotta pump gas like this? At this point, all major cities. And anymore, even the smaller towns. I might not have it out, but I definitely have it on me. I don't care where you're at or what you're doing. People need to learn to always be aware of your surroundings. The first snowflake drops. Traffic. Why is it at the beginning of every winter that it seems like people have completely forgotten about how to drive on snow? I can't wait for the office potluck. People always ask me how I make these paw print sugar cookies so perfect. And this is why you never eat anything made by somebody that you don't really know. I could 100% see someone doing this. And a lot worse for that matter. If AI becomes sentient, who cares? What are you, scared? You can just do this. Actually, you can't, because it's running on the quantum computers that are in some huge high-security vault underground somewhere. A Nashville couple was treated for injuries at Vanderbilt after their smart car hit a squirrel on Highway 70. The squirrel refused treatment and left the scene. Breaking news: California bans itself because it looks too much like a standard capacity magazine. Don't ask why I need a lead dispenser. Ask why an IRS agent needs one. Over 50% of the U.S. lives in the yellow areas. That's why they have an electoral college. Last year, they wanted to set up a similar thing here in Missouri for the governor's election. The last time the governor election happened, he almost lost just because of St. Louis and Kansas City. When it comes to state laws, in my opinion, I think all of the major cities should be separated from the state. If they want to pass laws, they can pass all they want to for their own city. Leave the rest of the state out of it. I grounded my kid, and this was his response. Most of you guys here on the channel know exactly what would have happened to us when we were kids, if we would have dared do such a thing. But one of the things the parents should do is to allow him to choose whatever can that he wants for dinner every night. And that's what he gets to eat. And continue to do this until he eats all the food that's in these cans. To everyone who doesn't like what I post, I hope you have to piss 3 times tonight and only wake up twice. Hey honey, look, I found a picture of your grandmother. 2000. 2100. It's already a whole lot worse than that right now. I use a paper straw for the environment that feels like trash in my mouth. I use a $20 metal straw for the environment. Me, an intellectual. Women's sports is not a retirement plan for failed male athletes. It's not supposed to be, but that's what they're making it. The biggest scam in my life: paying taxes on money you make, taxes on money you spend, and taxes on things you own that you already paid taxes on with already taxed money. Yep, 100% fact. Kentucky man's organs were nearly harvested, then the doctors realized he was still alive. No, they just didn't suddenly realize. If you go and read the article, they declared this guy brain dead, even though he had been moving around and even thrashing in the bed. And somewhere I read, because of this, they even gave him sedatives, even though he was already supposed to be brain dead. And even when they took him to the operating room, they could see that he was crying. And when some of the doctors refused to do it and walked out of the room, there was other staff that was ordered to find other doctors that would do it. There was also one point where he opened his eyes and looked around the room. But yet, they were going to continue anyway. Eventually, this guy woke up. Now, a lot of people will say, well, this is just a one-off thing. You know, they didn't actually do it. They stopped. Basically because the doctors and nurses that was there finally refused to do it. But I've seen multiple news articles over the years that have very similar things happen. There was a news video I just saw the other day where a guy's son was in the hospital and had been declared brain dead. And the doctors was going to take him off life support. The guy knew that his son was still alive. And, left with no other option, he pulled out a lead dispenser to stop them from taking him off life support. And a little while later, his son woke up. And yet the guy was still charged and put in prison for a year. In my opinion, it should have been the doctors who was charged with attempted manslaughter. People don't realize how often things like this happens, especially if the person is an organ donor. This is my local Target, but crime is down. Only until they finally just start breaking the glass cases. Me watching somebody have an emotional breakdown on social media. The only conspiracy theory I believe in is that Disney's Trump animatronic for the Hall of Presidents was originally made to be Hillary. There is always someone looking at your post like this. When you see it. Mark Zuckerberg after years of stealing your data and censoring truth on Facebook. I don't understand how people believe that this wasn't happening all along, not only on Facebook, but on all the websites. When your future son comes back from the college as a they-them psych major instead of a finance major frat bro. That's the only thing that most of these colleges do these days. Camilla speaking to a Texas audience. Cardi B makes music for girls who think collecting child support every month is making money moves. You have 3 months left, homeless people. These days, that might not be a mistake. Getting coffee before you go out bass fishing. I don't know why this got turned against people who like bass fishing. Although I know most of them only fish for bass for trophies and tournaments and stuff. I don't like them to eat. If I want a fish that I'm going to cook, I either like trout or walleye. Imagine making small talk with your barista and they slide their social battery badge down a level. I know everybody has their bad days. Heck, for some of us, that's basically every day. But still yet, why in the world would you wear something like that? Only in this day and time can something like that exist. Still the best graduation cap ever. Well, at least they're being honest. Folks crying about $3 a gallon of gas while they line up for $5 cup of coffee. When someone asks me where our tax dollars go. Magazine ad from 1996. They say in 30 years, a burger and fries could cost $16, a vacation $12,500, and a basic car $65,000. No problem, you'll eat in, you won't drive, and you won't go anywhere. Welcome to Portland, Oregon. A tent with a 2-car garage. Still a whole lot better than having to sleep in their car. There's more and more homeless people every day. White woman gives birth to a black baby and accuses her husband of having with a black girl. The only question I'd like to know is she really that stupid? Or did she just think that her husband was that stupid? Where the woke lived before the 70s. Rare footage of a liberal who has been exposed to the facts. Eat the rich. The problem with this world is the 1% and the ruling class. Taylor Swift is different. She speaks for us. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Friedrich Nietzsche. And this is very true. When you have zero corruption, because you can call it lobbying. The world needs more tackle boxes and less Xboxes. Yeah, and pretty soon you're going to need it just to have something to eat. We all know that person who could really use these. Yep, and it goes both ways. For this and a couple other things. Springfield schools shocking double standard. Immigrant students can't fail. So-called English language learners cannot receive a grade lower than a C, superintendent confirmed. Immigrant students are given a much easier grading scale at a school in Springfield, Ohio, effectively preventing them from failing because they are all still considered English language learners, an email from the superintendent confirms. A high school principal in Northwestern Local School District previously sent an email to staff members at Northwestern Junior Senior High School instructing them not to give so-called English language learners a grade lower than a C. Child sacrifice is health care. That's like saying human trafficking is free transportation. I have to go to work every day. I don't. Fair enough, but you also don't have any money. Neither do you. You know, you've been in New York too long when you look at this and think, wow, that's a really nice trash pile. Well, at least it's organized. If something doesn't make you happy, remove it from your life. When you're listening to someone's story and can't relate because you're not stupid. My bills are paid. I'm good for the next 30 days. Life. Yeah, no. You're out of laundry detergent, shampoo, and paper towels. And you need gas, too. And an oil change. And don't forget what that check engine light's gonna cost you. Remember this climate potato? This is him now. How to save money and have fun as an adult. This is true, actually. Follow Maury, but it's because you need 3 incomes to survive. Domino's be like 2 for $5.99. Total $24.86. Somehow, this is true. I had a $15 gift card for Domino's the last time I went there, and somehow I still end up owing them more money. Housing market be like 1 bedroom with AC on open lot, $180,000. Hey, at least you got the AC. Hopefully that means you have electric too. Has anyone tried unplugging the United States and plugging it back in? Well, the US is basically already at war with Iran and Russia. They just haven't made World War III official yet by announcing it on the news. Although, most people in the US probably won't know about it until you see a mushroom cloud. Best food 1924, best food 2024. Some things never change. There is a very good reason why they are trying to destroy all the cattle farms. And although a lot of the beef that's in the stores is not nearly as good as it used to be because of how the cows are raised, it's still a lot better than most anything else in the store. The best that you can get these days is if you know a local farmer with pasture-raised cattle who you were able to buy from directly. Doctor making $175,000 a year. Member of Congress making $175,000 a year. That's a straight-up fact. Girls. I wonder why we usually live longer than boys. Boys. Top 10 organs to sell to buy a gaming PC. As soon as I seen this meme, I figured it was probably true. However, I looked it up just to check. And yes, this is a real video on a computer tech channel discussing body-related parts that you can sell in order to buy a gaming PC. And it's got almost 700,000 views now. Fantasy. Reality. Actually, you need to take all the stuff that's on the right side in the top picture and put it on the left side in the bottom picture. What if I told you that both political parties work for the same corporations? White people should face accountability if Harris does not win, political commentator tells CNN. The responsibility of saving democracy should be on the largest demographic in the country. Angela Ryan said white voters should face consequences for not saving democracy if Vice President Harris does not win the upcoming presidential election. CNN host Victor Blackwell asked Ryan about former President Obama chastising black men for hesitating to vote for Harris. I think it's wonderful that President Obama is out hitting the trail for democracy, frankly, Ryan initially replied. And what I think is a mistake is to let white folks escape the accountability that they must face for not showing up to save democracy themselves. You can fit the whole government in here. Yep, 100%. It's all garbage. Why does this look like the cover for an 80s sitcom? It actually kind of does. My teacher says lead dispensers unalive people. I told her my pencil failed my last exam. Well, as somebody else told me in the comments a few weeks ago, a lead dispenser is in fact a pencil. Ricky Berwick. I didn't give Disney permission to do this. If you guys don't know who Ricky Berwick is, you should look him up sometime. He's got some pretty good videos. People are eating Tide Pods and don't realize there's popcorn on their ceiling. Don't give them any ideas. This is how long my tolerance for people lasts. Fact check true. The next time you hear a celebrity saying, "We'll get through this together," send them your electric bill with a thank you note. When the fire alarm goes off at the Facebook Community Standards office. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if that's where that photo is actually from. Dad, you should have become a cop. Daughter, I don't want to. Dad, you chase the same men they do, you might as well get paid for it. For some reason, this is what a lot of younger women do these days. Don't know who needs to hear this, but keeping school libraries age appropriate is not the same as book banning. This is 100% true. All the libraries in these schools are children's libraries. I don't care if it's high school. There should be absolutely zero tolerance for all this pornographic material, whether pictures or explicit words, being allowed in any school. There are some places that not only the parents, but even officials are getting fed up with this. I saw a video the other day where a mayor addressed a school board and he told them that he'd already spoke with the judge, that they had one of two choices to make. Either the board members could resign, or they would be charged with possession of CP. And that's exactly what needs to be taking place in all the schools. Boss, why didn't you do the work that I asked you to do? Me. When you realize you started a political conversation with someone who has no idea how the world works. Me watching what I predicted unfold after everyone told me I was a crazy conspiracy theorist. Me on my way to work, knowing some girl is set for life just for saying Hawk Tua. I've heard this a lot lately. I don't know what it's all about, and I really don't care. Good evening. It's 6 o'clock, and here's what we want you to think.
So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too.
The video clip that you saw at the beginning of this episode.
So look, if Jimmy Carter can vote early, you can too.
Sadly, is a real news video. And here's a news article also covering this. That was former President Jimmy Carter, who's now 100 years old, laying in his hospice bed, supposedly waiting in line to fill out his vote. By the looks of it, they already removed his life support. But we know that doesn't actually matter. They don't even have to be above ground to vote. So he's one notch above a lot of voters already. Thank goodness for a generation that played outside. Yeah, that, and he had a good reaction time too. I want to speak to the manager. The manager. Ozzy Osbourne endorses presidential candidate, but no one could understand which one. For the first time ever, Annabelle was scared. For good reason. Remember, the people you're arguing with followed arrows to walk around a grocery store. Trans woman sues Hooters after they refuse to hire them. If you don't have anything nice to say, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and we can make fun of all this idiocracy together. The Harris economy is so awful, even billionaires have to get a second job. Just another sign of the sad times that we're living in. EV battery factory will require so much energy it needs a coal plant to power it. This literally takes the electric vehicle fuel meme to the next level. I read part of this article, and they said this plant will take so much power, it'll be equivalent to what a small city would use. And there was a coal plant that was slated to be closed soon, but now that has been delayed because they need the coal power in order to make these electric vehicle batteries. Then they'll need more coal to charge those batteries, just like most of the electric vehicles on the road today. Be careful when you follow the masses. Sometimes the M is silent. Most of the time. Why do they want everyone's lead dispensers? Because they're planning to unalive us, and they don't want to get hole punched. Product reliability. This 80-year-old solar clothes dryer still works. Fact check true. I use one every week. Me as a kid seeing a scary movie and getting afraid of the dark versus me as an adult seeing my electric bill and getting afraid of the light. Silly libertarians always exaggerating how bad the... Wait. What? Michigan woman charged with caring for wildlife without permit. Animals unalived by state officials. Yep, you didn't get permission. However, in this circumstance, I believe that the reason that the state carried this out is because this person was able to use the animal in order to generate income. Because if I'm thinking right, this case was about a squirrel, which goes in with this meme. The Obama-Biden government caged children for safety. The same government unalived the world's most famous squirrel for power. I've also seen several news articles, and I believe the squirrel's name was Peanut. The Biden diet. If you can't afford food, you will lose weight. The Green New Deal supporters want to end the use of fossil fuels, but electric cars are worse for the environment than gas cars, so we're going back to the cleanest car ever built. Women don't dress to impress men. They dress to irritate other women. Why isn't there a pregnant Barbie doll? 'Cause Ken came in another box. Even ants know what you should be eating. 100% true. Just like eggs, beef, and many other whole foods. Remember in Demolition Man, where it's the future and everyone's a bunch of fat, androgynous, moo-moo wearing sissies, and everything is illegal? Yeah, it's not so funny anymore. People are so close-minded about this. Woman goes to charge her new Chevrolet EV for the first time. Why did the pump charge her $55? Basically, this woman was going on about how so many people are against electric vehicles. But then, while she's making this video, she goes to charge her car, and the charging station charged her $55 to only charge her vehicle to 80% over the course of 55 minutes. I hate waiting in line to get at a fuel pump for 5 minutes. I couldn't imagine wasting an hour every time you needed to fill up. And even then, she only got the equivalent of 3/4 of a tank. The Harris administration updated Department of Defense 5240.01, authorizing military lethal force against American citizens when assisting civilian law enforcement. Wonder what the government's gonna need that for. Boyfriend blames girlfriend after she catches him cheating in a language she wasn't supposed to understand. There are 492 billionaires on this planet, and not one of those losers has decided to become Batman. When I think about all the people who blocked me over one of my posts. the result of conservatives downplaying global warming the entirety of my life. We could have stopped this by using paper straws. Normalize this and normalize that. How about you feel shame for once? I can't believe it took me 35 years to realize it's actually PetSmart and not Pet Smart. Guys, I have a confession. I always thought it was PetSmart too. I hate it when celebrities get on TV and tell us to donate to some fund. You make $7 million a movie, and I make $12 an hour. You send the money. CO2 in greenhouses allows crops to utilize their photosynthetic potential. Adding CO2 to a greenhouse can be done by burning natural gas or liquid CO2. Supplying extra carbon dioxide is a frequently used method to increase the yield of greenhouse horticultural crops. Which, who would have thought that plants need carbon dioxide in order to produce oxygen and food, whether for people or for animals. This is something that most of us here on the channel learned when we were in 3rd grade. But yet, the masses today believe that CO2 is evil because the billionaires in the news tells them to. So with these simple facts in mind, when we hear and see on the news about how all the governments all agree that CO2 is a dangerous enemy that must be eliminated, since we know it's not about what they claim, what we should be asking, besides controlling the people, what is their actual objective? I'd almost rather do this than to buy those paper bags that falls apart before you can even pick them up off the counter. I always keep a bunch of Walmart bags in my car so I can use them when I go to Aldi's. People who don't work have no right to tell people who do work that they aren't paying enough taxes. A fool shares his problems, but a wise man shares his memes. America, but the money you pay in taxes goes to help Americans. Yeah, we're the only people that don't get any help. Here's one for you guys to watch.
It's a security camera video from Josh Blumenthal.
They drive up on the curb, they park here, they get out.
He says the different clips show people taking packages off the porch of his property in the Marmalade Hardware District of Salt Lake.
They have drivers, they get out, grab it, run.
These videos go back years, and Josh says he's keeping a tally.
I'm at 114 packages, so 113 got taken over the weekend, 114's coming up soon.
There's nothing of value in these boxes. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
I literally empty out the cat box straight into a box. The litter, the poop, everything. Just into a box, tape it up, put a label on it, put it out.
It's not just cat poop, it's dog poop as well, courtesy of this sweet girl named Duck.
Let's just have fun with it. I have to pick it up, put it in a garbage can anyways. Might as well put it in a box and have some fun with it.
Josh calls it an art series. It's been happening so long people have become suspicious, but they're still apparently tempted.
Multiple people, repeats, come and look at the package, they weigh it, they look at the label. If it doesn't have a label, they'll put it down.
Some have even gotten mad.
One guy actually opened it up while I was watching it live. I got a notification on my phone. He opened it up, stuck his hand in it, was like, and I speak on the speaker and I said, hey, I'm calling the cops. Like, good. I'm going to tell him you're mailing crap. Like, I'm not mailing it. It's just sitting there.
3 years into college, and I still haven't sat on a patch of grass, smiling with my multicultural group of friends.
I'm sorry. No, 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 no. Why? Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
Schools are removing analog clocks from exam halls as teenagers cannot tell time. That's right, guys. Kids these days only know how to read a digital clock. So analog clocks are going the way of cursive and stick shift vehicles. Beer can artwork accidentally thrown in the bin by staff member at Dutch Museum. A mechanic working at the LAM Museum assumed the artwork entitled "All the Good Times We Spent Together" was rubbish. Well, he wasn't wrong. He just put it where it needed to go. Single, taken, fighting the New World Order with memes, sarcasm, and common sense. That might make a pretty good t-shirt. What do you guys think?
Point it out, point it out.
Let's erect a memorial to all the Americans unalived by illegals. Make it 2,000 miles long and 30 feet tall, and put it on the southern border. Medical exam reveals Algerian Olympic boxer Imane Khalif has an XY chromosomes. That medical examiner must be among the world's top scientists to be able to figure that one out. Oh, great. I left it at home. Is this why they banned Mr. Potato Head? This baby hippo predicts Donald Trump will win the U.S. election. The famous baby hippo was presented with separate cakes featuring both candidates' names, ultimately choosing to eat the Trump cake. Influencers drowned during yacht party after refusing to wear life jackets because they would ruin their selfies and tans, police say. Two trans pool players meet in the semifinals of the Women's Ultimate Pool miniseries. More than 5 eggs per week can be dangerous for health, says Maggie Block, the Minister of Health. I think we need to find somebody else to listen to. Ex-mortgage CEO sentenced to prison for $3 billion of fraud. The CEO of what had been one of the nation's largest privately held mortgage lenders was sentenced Tuesday to more than 3 years in prison for his role in a $3 billion scheme that officials called one of the biggest corporate frauds in U.S. history. The 40-month sentence for Paul Allen is slightly less than the 6-year term sought by federal prosecutors. Homeless man gets 15 years for stealing $100. A homeless man robbed Louisiana Bank and took a $100 bill. After feeling remorseful, he surrendered to police the next day. The judge sentenced him to 15 years in prison. This is today's equality. 2025 arriving in 2 months. Me not being able to process time normally after the... Yeah, that's right, guys. This year is almost gone. Forced trainer, boy quickly returns to normal after removal from mother's care. White men in 1919 give women the right to vote. White women in 2019 abolish white men. It's okay to feel despair at Trump's victory. The important thing is not to give up. University of Oregon employee on leave after telling Trump supporters to jump off a bridge in Instagram video. If Iron Man was black, who would you cast as Tony Stark? Robert Downey Jr. Racist rock removed from University of Wisconsin, Madison campus. The University of Wisconsin has removed a 70-ton boulder from its campus after complaints by minority students that it is a symbol of racism. That's right, guys. It's not just statues anymore. Just rocks are now racist. People don't realize how hard it is to speak the truth to a world full of people that don't realize they're living a lie. This is very true, even when you're just talking to an individual. Pelosi says farmers need illegal immigrants to pick the crops in Florida. Elon Musk is giving $100 million to anyone who can find a way to pull carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere or oceans and sequester it durably and sustainably. Personally, I think $100 million is a bargain. This is a tree. This is what trees do. Yeah, but don't forget, they had to cut down those millions of acres of trees in order to build solar panel farms. Bond in 1997. Bond in 2021. So you're an evolutionist. Okay, smarty pants. Which human species is more evolved? Don't worry, I can wait. Pelosi blames Biden for election loss as finger-pointing intensifies. How many of you guys know that this is her 20th term in the House of Representatives? Watching The View the morning after the 2024 election, realizing the gaslighting doesn't trigger me anymore. That show was one of the biggest jokes I've ever seen on TV. I'm not even gonna bother reading this. Every recent movie on Netflix. White man is the villain. Black man is the hero. Gay guy is the voice of reason. Woman has the balls. Dad is an idiot. Mom is the breadwinner. And children are supervised. Netflix is social engineering, not entertainment. That goes for the vast majority of everything that comes out of Hollywood. Are you sure that these will make it easier to attack sunlight? Pretending to be Indian. Pretending not to be Indian. Government. If you think the problems we create are bad, just wait until you see our solutions. 100%. The largest supervolcano on the planet has awakened. This is the one chance to drill into it and harness its energy. Yeah, that's the first thing we should do. Drill down into an active volcano. Find the person. Can't find them? That's because they live among us, looking like normal people. American liberals lose their minds over Trump's victory. MSNBC's Joy Reid calls Florida fascist, and CNN host on brink of tears. Classes canceled at Harvard, Penn, and Columbia over Trump win. Google uses you a lot more than you use Google. I'm 100% certain that this is true. I live in constant fear that Trump will deport my Latina mother-in-law, who lives at 1837 3rd Street, LA 90223, Blue House. She gets off work at 6. Finally, a little good news. Toyota will no longer sponsor LGBTQ+ parades or enforce DEI policies. Should have never done it in the first place. Man legally changes his gender to identify as a woman so he can retire 5 years earlier in Argentina. I feel like crimes should be legal if they are funny. Man steals $122 million from Facebook and Google by simply sending them random bills which they paid. It was their fault for paying them. Whoopi Goldberg seen boarding a waiting iceberg and leaving the U.S. This is the second time she's done this, isn't it? Threatened that she's going to leave the U.S. if Trump was made president. You guys can just read this one. But I will say that this generation is in the shape that it's in because they never got any correction. The B in LGBTQ means there are only 2 genders. Canada offered assisted unaliving to a Paralympian veteran who wanted a wheelchair lift installed. This is actually true. I've seen the news article. Teflon Don made the elites sleep with the fishes. I just had to include this one because of the title. That's one of those types of sentences that you would just never expect to say. Trans soccer team plays first men's match. Loses 19-0. The DNA test results are in for these people. Hertz fires back at manager who charged customer $10,000 for 25,000 miles on unlimited mileage contract. I read part of this story, and basically, this guy rented a car with unlimited mileage. And in 1 month's time, he put 25,000 miles on the car. Now, how a person does that in only a month's time is beyond me. I don't even want to drive half that much during an entire year. I'm watching a new TV show, praying it don't go woke. First season. Second season. A kidney goes for $262,000, and a person can healthily live on 1 kidney. So, my friends, poverty is a choice. Well, there's 2 things here. 1, $262,000 these days with inflation really isn't that much money, especially when it concerns, number 2, your kidney. A person might be able to survive on 1 kidney, but you sure as heck better hope that you never have any problems with that kidney. Otherwise, you're gonna need a donor. Samsung's new fridge will ping your phone if you leave the door open. Why doesn't it just close the door itself if it's so smart? Yes, that is a good question. You would think after all these decades that even on the pre-internet connected refrigerators that they would have figured out some way to completely close the door when it don't quite get shut all the way. It doesn't seem like that would have been that difficult of a problem. But she's not a guy. And you just read that in House's voice. Companies are getting rid of drug tests because they can't find enough workers. Congratulations to drugs for winning the war on drugs. Well, for one thing, cannabis should have never been illegal in the first place, but they had to exterminate it from the wild because of its many medicinal properties. A high degree of intellect tends to make a man unsocial. I have to say, I think that's probably true. Home Alone 2 actor Donald Trump is the new president of the United States.
I'm sorry. No, 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 no. Why? Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
Residents who use less water in St. Louis County will get higher bill increases with rate hike. Well, that's government at work. Trump wins third election in a row. Babylon B. Dear Americans, when the post-election riots start, please remember to film the fighting, shooting, stabbing, and looting horizontally. Thank you. Let's have illegal immigrants hunt down offenders for a chance at citizenship. We'll call it aliens versus predators. Maxing out all of your credit cards is a disastrous financial plan unless you're the federal government. Yeah, they increase the limit of the credit card so they can use the credit card to pay for the credit card. This is the look of a guy who just watched his carjacker get T-boned by a garbage truck. Native Californians moving to red states after making theirs unlivable. Yeah, I go to America. Did you guys see this video today where this liberal is saying because Trump got put in that he's going to leave the United States and he's going to move to Hawaii?
We're cooked, yup. I'm gonna be leaving the US and I'm gonna be moving to Hawaii. So we'll see how it goes.
Just another example of today's education system. Girl was suspected autism, punished by UK serious case panel for asking trans soccer opponent with a beard, "Are you a man?" The fact that she has autism is completely beside the point. That this should never happen, period, in the first place, against anyone. But this is the idiocracy that we're living in now. You can't even ask someone if they are a man, which, where things are currently at today, this is one of the most needful questions that you'll need answered. Whoopi Goldberg says, "I work for a living" on The View, and even far-left pundits are saying she's woefully out of touch. Whoopi Goldberg said on The View earlier this week during a discussion about the economy in relation to the presidential election that, "I appreciate that people are having a hard time. Me too. I work for a living." But she wasn't done. The outspoken co-host of the far-left talk show added stridently that, "If I had all the money in the world, I would not be here, okay? So I'm a working person, you know? I know it's hard out there." What a joke. And you know what the worst thing is? There's a lot of people that listen to people like this. You keep calling us conspiracy theorists, but we're really just pattern recognionists. I just want someone to laugh at my memes the way Camilla laughs at questions she can't answer. transgender NCAA athlete heckled with "No men and women's sports" chants. Staff desperately tries to silence crowd members. I could say a lot of things here, but I'm just going to leave it at that. To those who think universal basic income can grow an economy, I'd like to sell you this generator. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Yes, this is 100% true. It's also sad when society prioritizes animals' life above human life. Defund the police cafeteria. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, they might be right. Maybe you do need to defund the police cafeteria. Do you really think the wealthiest and most powerful people in the world are meeting in secret to discuss something that will benefit you? Woke scientists develop man that can give birth. How dare you stand there where she stood? You have stolen her McValor. You are a disgrace to her legacy. This year's election marks the 40th anniversary of President Reagan's historic 1984 landslide. I haven't seen a man beat a woman this bad since the Olympics. I'm voting Democrat. Wait, is this the group that goes around euthanizing squirrels? Nah, that's just government in general. The United Nations, founded in 1945 to end all wars. The world has been at war ever since. I cheated on my husband, and now he hates all women. There's another misogynist in the world because I cheated on my husband. And she's still complaining. Scientist explaining the importance of good sleep. Me at 3 a.m. watching him explain. Yep, guys, unless you're working third shift, if you're watching this at 3 a.m., you have permission to finish watching the video, okay? You can continue to watch until the end of this video. After that, you need to go to bed. Everyone deserves whatever rest that they can get. Who hates the rich? Who wants to be rich? When they say public restrooms in California, they mean very public. One of multiple states I would never live in, California's at the top of that list. Famous outspoken host of The View gives up on cupcakes forever. The people who want to take your cordless hole punchers invaded a home to unalive a squirrel and a raccoon. 100% true. I think the government should have less power.
You're a fascist.
There's no perfect state. Oklahoma, hold my beer. If you didn't know, Oklahoma is the only state where 100% of the counties voted for Donald Trump. Costco forced to recall 80,000 pounds of butter for the dumbest possible reason. Costco was forced to recall nearly 80,000 pounds of butter because the label failed to mention that the kitchen staple contains milk. Shocked and crushed, Kathy Griffin blames Taylor Swift for Kamala Harris' devastating loss. I'm heading out to buy a dozen eggs. This has happened in other countries, guys. The U.S. is not immune. A woman's intuition is never wrong. Way too many single mothers for this to be true. Multiple states to ban motorhome sales in latest EV tyranny. California is banning motorhomes. No, not the dilapidated fire traps illegally parked in crime and substance-infected encampments throughout the state, some 10,000 in greater Los Angeles alone. No, those are all fine. It's new motorhomes, the kind that retirees might buy to live out their sunset years on the road that the Golden State wants gone. This platform to restrict teenagers' exposure to videos about weight and fitness. What's next? Hate crime charges for having a BMI under 35? There's no reason to own a lead dispenser. Think of the children. You wanted to take my kids and put me in a camp for being... Never forget. It was many people stated it point blank. Plants are good for you, especially when they're turned into steak. Yep, that's the best way to eat your vegetables. Saint Gavin of Nuisance, the patron saint of higher taxes, higher prices, lower standards of living, and sidewalk turds. I feel sorry for you guys that's here on the channel that lives in California, as well as a few other states. Every inconvenient truth is hate speech, an emotional child's guide to accepting reality. That literally is what they do. Anything they don't like, it's either hate speech or it's racist. Blind people will be so happy when they see these new emojis. Yeah, I'm sure they'll just be ecstatic. IRS serving warrants after you failed to put your pronouns on your 1040. Government adding up how much I owe them for the services that I never asked for and do not want. I don't understand why banks get upset when you can't repay a loan. You already knew I had no money when I came to borrow it. That is a good point. United Airlines.
Fly how you identify. Our new non-binary gender options are now available.
I identify as a carry-on bag. You will now let me fly anywhere for $30. Can you please teach us some math? No, I haven't finished talking about my life yet. From Fox News, DJ Pauly D on inflation. They only get the best experts. Today, this is supposed to be normal. And if you dare question what they call normal, then you automatically become a right-wing terrorist. I lost the election. but you still have some time in office to do some of the things you said you wanted to do. Florida man arrested for stealing $100,000 worth of frozen bacon. Wow, I didn't realize that there was a black market for bacon. Kevin Costner can take comfort knowing that Waterworld is no longer his biggest flop. Hey now, I actually like that movie. "20 years, 6 election cycles, 0 blue counties, and gargantuan white-tailed deer." What flag is this? And why is their obesity rate so high? I keep seeing women use it. What country are they from? Oh, man. I'm assuming that this person is just being sarcastic. But if they weren't, it would actually just make it that much funnier. CNN. Navy SEALs were drinking in Iraq. Veterans and the rest of the military. That must have been a really slow news day. I bet the next story was about the break room. All of us walking past the people that called us crazy in 2020. He called them the thought police. Big Tech calls them fact checkers. Well, fact check true. Americans are living under more tyranny now than I was under British rule. He certainly isn't telling a lie. We need to invent technology that's never even been invented yet. A voter with 163,000 in student debt feels betrayed by Biden. Uncoachable kids become unemployable adults. Let your kids get used to someone being tough on them. It's life. Get over it. Making people show ID to vote. Making people show ID and card to buy groceries. Coming soon to a town near you. I don't even see the Oscars anymore. I just seen Epstein Island visitors. Describe the following voter. Trump, Harris. Travis Kelce. If you voted for Trump, I refuse to have sex with you. Finally, a kid without a smartphone. The average home has 2 washing machines, a laundry washing machine, and a brain washing machine. The party that says men can get pregnant wants to control misinformation on the internet. Don't worry, it won't be long until you won't be able to get on the internet without your government-issued biometric ID. Or you could get a chip in your brain and it'll just automatically identify you, which will be way more convenient. Americans who oppose war. Americans who oppose war, except when it's their candidate in office. Democrats admit Trump actually won in 2020 and is now unable to serve third term. Well, this is from the Babylon Bee, which means this could happen anytime now. Man uses avocado as a grenade and robs 2 banks for $32,000. Things adults shouldn't believe in anymore. A friend who worked in Chicago his entire life tells me it's not that violent. He's a tail guy on a school bus. Our founding fathers went to great lengths to ensure that we were a republic and not a democracy. In fact, the word democracy does not appear in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, or any other of our founding documents. This is true. I remember seeing an old news video, probably from the 1950s. There was a congressman speaking to Congress, warning of how the word democracy was being used by people in the government and the media. And he was explaining why that was a very dangerous thing. And basically, everything that he said about it in that news video has all come to pass. And now today, the word republic is rarely even used. And most people don't even know the difference. And I'll end the episode with this. If Planned Parenthood was unaliving puppies instead of babies, America would have shut them down by now. Actually, in my opinion, this is not true. They would have shut them down as soon as the first one tried to open. I'd like to thank all of my viewers for submitting content for the channel. If you have memes, links, news articles, or anything else that you would like to submit, you can send those to akornzstash@gmail.com. You can also find this link down below in the video description. To support this channel, please like, share, and subscribe. If you enjoyed this video, you can click on one of the thumbnails above to see more. I thank you all for watching. You guys take care and stay safe. This is Akorn, over and out.